Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody can hear me. I'm getting a few nods. Excellent, thank you. Welcome to today's session, which is on Matter 8, Housing Provision. And our
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Which
I hope
is,
everybody
does
can
the
hear
plan
me?
set out a positively
I'm getting a
prepared
few
strategy
nods.
for the supply and delivery of housing development that is justified, effective and consistent with national policy. As you're all fully aware by now, my name is Yvonne Wright, and I'm one of the inspectors appointed to examine this local plan, and also present is my colleague, Mr. Warden.
Good morning, everybody.
Thank you. We will both be leading and taking part in the discussions today, particularly where we have particular questions that we wish to ask. Now, I think everybody who is in the sessions today has been here before. Is that correct? Or if not, you may well have watched at least, because I'm not proposing to go through any major introductions or anything like that. You're fully aware of all housekeeping matters in relation to using hands-up facilities, etc., and turning microphones on and off, etc. So I'm not going to repeat those. Now, the purpose of today, as I said, is to look at housing provision. So specifically to look at supply and also to look at some housing policies. Now, we've already held sessions to consider the proposed housing site allocations. So as set out on our agenda, which I hope everybody has got a copy of that and has seen that, we've made it perfectly clear that we're not going to be discussing the merits or not of any particular site allocations, or discuss any emission sites or any need to consider any further sites. That's not the purpose of today. So hopefully that's made perfectly clear. However, what we do want to discuss is whether the housing supply as set out in the plan as a whole, and not including gypsies and travellers, because obviously we've discussed that, whether that is sound. Now, obviously, there are lots of changes that have taken place over the last few weeks in relation to housing supply and the housing trajectory. So obviously, we will be going through those changes. But first of all, before we move on to that housing supply issue, and in accordance with the housing provision agenda that we set out, I'd first of all like to go through some of the policies. Mr. Elliott, you've got your, was just about to come to introductions, but Mr. Elliott, you've got your hand up.
Yes, apologies for jumping in.
Okay.
I produced a very brief response table to the housing trajectory last night, just for ease really in terms of when we start to talk about numbers later on today. It's very difficult to talk about them virtually in the abstract. So I just wondered whether you would allow that to be entered as evidence and circulated to the teams, to everyone on the call today.
Well, I think it would be, at the moment, I think it would be more useful to go through our agenda and go through those figures actually by hearing them.
Yeah.
Because we will need to go through. We're particularly interested in the 5-year supply and obviously in the 10-year supply, because that's the requirement as set out in the framework, etc. Whether by the end of that we then think actually we need to have a copy of that, then we'll let you know. But at the moment, I'd rather that we just see how it goes as we move through the agenda today.
Absolutely,
and see whether and see whether we can get all the information that we need. We fully understand that obviously the updated sort of revised trajectory was delivered quite late, and obviously then people have had limited opportunity to have a look at it, but that was at our request that we wanted that update, and we wanted the deliverability element added to the Appendix 2 of the trajectory, etc. So we still will have a look at that. So please, when we come to look at specific sites as we go through, and the deliverability and how that's set out in the trajectory. If you can just highlight exactly what your concerns are on those without going over, because obviously we have discussed deliverability of sites in each individual site allocation session. So we don't necessarily want to repeat that, but we are looking at the trajectory as a whole and whether actually it's sound and it's justified as to where those sites sit within that trajectory, etc. So we will be looking at specific sites, not necessarily all sites. So if you want to just highlight as we go through, after we've dealt with the policies and that, and as I said, if we do need to have a look at that paper, we'll let you know. Is that okay, Mr. Elliott?
Absolutely fine, Mum. Yeah.
Okay, lovely. Thank you.
Thanks.
So plan is to go through the policies first before we move on to the actual site, the trajectory and looking at the supply. Does anybody have any time restrictions or issues about that? To be fair, I don't think the policy side will take too long, although I say this every time and it always seems to take longer than I anticipate. But there are quite a few people in the room. So obviously if people have issues, I'm sure you're all chomping at the bit to talk about the housing supply rather than the actual policies themselves, which is why I'm thinking we will try and, let's get the policies out of the way and let's move on to the meatier stuff. But we do have some questions on the actual policies themselves. So is everybody okay with that structure for today? Okay, lovely. We will obviously be taking appropriate breaks, etc. This morning, this afternoon, and lunch around 1 o'clock. We usually take 1 till 2 as lunch. Okay, can I then move on to introductions then, please? Can we start with the council? Mr. Shederavian? You're on mute.
Can you hear me now, Mom?
I can.
Okay.
Loud and clear, Mr. Shederavian.
Good morning to you and to Mr. Walden. My name is Paul Shederavian QC and I'm acting for the council.
Thank you.
Good morning, inspectors. Phil Drain, Director of Planning and Economy at Brentwood Council.
Thank you.
Good morning, inspectors. Jonathan Quilter, Strategic Planning Manager at Brentwood Council.
Thank you.
Good morning, inspectors. Andrea Pearson, Brentwood Borough Council.
Thank you.
Good morning, inspectors. It's Tom Huang, Brentwood Borough Council.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Simon Drummond-Hay from HDH Planning and Development, and we prepared the SHMAR Part 2.
Thank you. And then I'm just going to go down the list that I've got. Turn to us in Clearbrook, please.
Good morning, Mom. Good morning, everyone. Sam Hollingworth, Stratton Parker, on behalf of Turn to Us and the Clearbrook Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hollingworth, your video isn't working, so you may wish to turn that off.
Apologies, Mom.
You're very much, you're just stuck.
Okay. Oh, thank you for the warning.
So I'm just wondering, and you are sounding a little bit fuzzy, so I'm just wondering if you turn off your camera, it might help the bandwidth.
Thank you, Mom. I'll give that a go.
Lovely, thank you. Clearview and Lardpan, please.
Good morning, inspectors. Matthew Robinson from HH Consulting, representing Clearview Residential and Lardpan Limited.
Thank you. M. Scott Properties.
Good morning, Ma'am. Derek Stebbing, Stratton Parker, representing M. Scott Properties.
Thank you. Colour Homes, please.
Hello, inspectors. It's Paul Cronk, JD Planning on behalf of Colour Homes.
Thank you. Hallam Land Management, please.
Good morning, it's Simon Elliott, now at Bidwells for Hallam Land.
Thank you. Estates and Agency, please.
And from Iceni Projects for Estates and Agency Strategic Land.
Thank you. U&I Group, please.
Good morning, Ma'am. Good morning, sir. Mike Taylor for U&I Group.
Thank you. BPM Investments, please.
Good morning, Ma'am. Richard Clues, Stratton Parker, BPMI Investments.
Thank you. Wiggins G Homes and Eastlight Community Homes, please.
Good morning, Ma'am. David Russell, Wigan G Homes and Eastlight Community Homes. Thank you.
Thank you. The Home Builders Federation, please.
Good morning, Ma'am. Mark Berrant from the Home Builders Federation.
Thank you. And Tesco, please.
Good morning, inspectors. Selwyn Atkinson, GL Hearn, representing Tesco.
Thank you. Is there anybody else present who hasn't introduced themselves this morning? I don't think so. No. Lovely, thank you. Right. Can we first of all then look at specialist housing accommodation? And as set out on the agenda, we want to go through or have a look or discussion in relation to needs, supply, the potential contribution that C2 uses can make to the C3 supply, and then looking at the actual wording of policy HPO4. Now, the council has clarified in relation to identified needs for specialist accommodation. And again, I reiterate, we're not including gypsies and travellers in any of this conversation because obviously there are other specialist accommodation, but this is very much looking at the specifics that are highlighted within the SHMA Part 2. Which looks at specialist accommodation, particularly for older people and disabled people. I know that there are others in relation to, I think in the SHMA as well, there's families with children, etc., which are highlighted as a specialist accommodation as well. And then there are other aspects in relation to military housing and student housing, etc., but I know that's not relevant for Brentwood. In relation to the needs that are highlighted, it's made quite clear to us in the evidence that's been set out and in the council's documents, which very usefully sort of summarise what the SHMA is saying in relation to these needs as to exactly what is required. So what I would like to do is just go through the numbers to just make sure that we've got a very clear understanding of actually what is needed before we then go on to look at, okay, then what is the plan going to deliver in terms of the provision and the supply, and then look at the policy wording as well. So in relation to older people accommodation, the identified needs are 494 additional older person units. And that's the, now my understanding is that that's the vast majority is sheltered housing, so that's 466 sheltered housing, and then the remaining 28 is for extra care units as set out in the SHMA. And then again, the evidence again splits that in relation to 25% of that should be affordable, 75% should be market units. So is our understanding of that correct? Yes, I've got Mr. Drummond Hay nodding away, so excellent. In relation to registered care, so that's, I know that the plan refers to care homes, but it's not just care homes, it's nursing homes as well, because obviously there's the two different forms of registered care. Then that suggests, the SHMA Part 2 suggests that this that an additional 424 bed spaces will be required. Now, unlike the sheltered housing and extra care housing units, which are form part of the objectively assessed housing need, I understand that the registered care does not form part of the objectively assessed housing need. That's correct.
Correct. Yes,
I've got Mr. Drummond Hay nodding away again. Excellent. And then looking at the specifics of, I know we're starting to move into policy HPO1 here, but there are some standards that are reflected, but I want to just highlight what the needs are. So in relation to M43 and that standard for wheelchair accessible users, 525 new homes should be built to that standard in accordance with the evidence. Is that correct?
The number's right, but that is the requirement at the end of the plan period. The additional requirement at the end of the plan period.
At the end, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So by the end, by 2033, this is what's required.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then there is in relation to M42, and I think this is set out in your F5G paper, which was in response to our initial questions, is that there is a need, again, I think it's by the end of the plan period, for 5,000 new homes to be built to M42 standards, which is the accessible and adaptable. Is that correct, Mr. Drummond-Hay?
Not quite.
Right.
So so there are 8,600 moves per year, of which 1,650 are older households. And what we suggested, so that's about it's just under 5,000 units per year. So we suggested that if you took 3 years, that would, and you built 5,000 units to the accessible and adaptable standard, at the end of the plan period, that would give you 10% of your housing stock to accessible and adaptable standards.
Is that, so that's 10% of the overall borough housing stock?
Yes, 10% of all the houses at the end of the plan period, old and new.
Yeah. In relation to specialist accommodation needs, particularly for older and disabled people, is there anything else the council wants to highlight that are key points just on the needs before we then, so then I'm just going to ask if anybody's got any queries on those needs, because they're set out in the evidence, and then we'll move on to actually how is that going to be supplied, etc., or provided for. Mr. Stebbing, please. Mr. Stebbing, you're on mute.
Apologies. I don't disagree.
All been there, all done it.
Yeah. I don't disagree with the statistics Mr. Drummond-Hay has put to you, but of course, you have to ask, I think, whether they reflect the increasing need of housing for older people. And that's where the NPPF directs us to look at in terms of housing supply and housing mix. And I'm sure you're well aware of the references in the NPPF. Mum, I hope you've seen my client's Regulation 19 submission to the plan, and in particular Section 5 of that submission, which provides greater detail than Mr. Drummond-Hay has provided you with on the ONS projections for people aged over 65 in the borough of Brentwood, and then more specifically, a more detailed breakdown of those projections to persons who will not be able to manage at least one domestic task, will have at least one mobility issue, and more worryingly, those who are predicted to have a fall. And you will then see by study of those statistics that Mr. Drummond-Hayes' projections, I'm afraid, do not encompass this greater range of issues affecting older people. You have our hearing statement, Ma'am, and my concern is that the council are seeking, if you like, to disguise the issue of providing adequate numbers of housing for older people, new dwellings, under this heading of specialist accommodation, because it quite simply only scratches the surface. I'll leave it there for the moment, Mum. A query, if I may, which is unrelated to my last comments. Are you allowing discussion today on the council's recent paper? I'll give you the correct quote, correct reference number. I think it's F58 on the revised settlement hierarchy.
No, not today.
F59, apologies.
That's fine. Not today on the settlement hierarchy. The council is still, we've still requested some further information from the council on the back of the F58 and F59 that they've sent. The council won't be providing that until later this month, when we come back to discuss transport, which will be later on in further sessions early summer, hopefully. That we may well have another session on any outstanding matters then.
Thank
but until I've received their information, we don't know whether we will hold another session or not. It depends on what the information is that they provide us, etc.
Thank you for that. I mean, if you recall, and this is before Christmas now, I think your initial request to produce the settlement hierarchy paper followed, at least in part, my submissions to you at that time, and I did put a marker down that I hoped we would have an opportunity through one of the reserve days was then being mentioned as an opportunity to discuss that. Can I maintain that stance, please, Mum?
You can. It is likely that we would like to have a further session on the settlement hierarchy, just to ensure, because obviously it's new evidence that's come forward, to ensure that everybody's had that opportunity. So it is very likely that we will have a further session, but I want to ensure that the council's provided all of the information that we've requested first, and ensure that we're so that all that information is then made available for others to consider.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stebbing. I will just go directly to the council's response to get the council's response first on Mr. Stebbing's point about about sort of disguising true numbers in relation to what the needs actually are, before I then move on. I know there are a couple of other hands up, so can I just ask the council for a response on that first, and whether you've looked at Mr. Stebbing's considerations in terms of his figures, etc. And I've got Mr. Drummond, you're nodding there, so yeah. I'm sure you've had a look at that. If you can just
I have had a look at it, and I think the way that I would respond to this was, we did the SHMA before the PPG was updated in 2019, which was in part the catalyst for the note that the response to your questions, the
F5G.
5G was a bit longer than perhaps one would normally expect in response to your questions, but we wanted to fill those gaps. When the PPG was updated, we were given 4 very clear definitions of specialist older people's housing, which we welcome because there's endless discussion amongst planners and developers as when is housing and when is it institutional accommodation. So paragraph 6310 of the updated PPG breaks it into 4 different categories: age-restricted general market housing, retirement living or sheltered housing, extra care housing or housing with care, which is where the care is provided by an agency registered through the Care Quality Commission, and residential care homes and nursing homes. Now, within those, there are a whole plethora of products and offers from different developers. And I don't think we need to delve into that because we've got these definitions from the PPG. What we are not trying to do and suggest in any way, shape or form is that we have an aging population here, and that is absolutely apparent. But it is sometimes suggested that most old people want to live in general market housing. They want to stay at home and remain in their home for as long as possible. And Brentwood Council, like every other council across the country, has a whole range of initiatives to enable older people to live at home for as long as possible. And although in itself that is a desirable thing to do because that's what people want, I think it's really important to remember there's a real incentive for the council to do that because it is cheaper than putting people into some form of institutional care. The method that we have followed has identified a very significant need for older people's housing. We'll talk about supply in a bit, but beyond, I think there are two constraints that I'd like to sort of flag to you. One is that the council is suggesting that all housing is going to be accessible and adaptable, so it can't go further on that. When it comes to wheelchair adaptable housing, the council can only ask for that to be provided under the building regulations on housing where it has the nomination rights or it's passed those nomination rights onto a housing association. Actually, the evidence for the level of wheelchair adaptable homes, it is what it is. And the council, by asking for 5% of the affordable housing to come forward to be wheelchair adaptable, is as much as the evidence allows us to go. Now, it has an impact on viability, which we talked a bit about a few weeks ago, or last week, whenever it was. But the wheelchair adaptable homes is an expensive requirement relative to the accessible and adaptable homes. I think that it's really important to treat these numbers a bit like the affordable housing requirement in the that is calculated, is that it's an indication of the level of need and not a specific target that has to be met in full. And at the moment, we're in a slightly awkward time for doing this type of work. And if you look at all the SHMAs across the country, and I'm sure you found this elsewhere, that the census, which is really the best source of the detailed information, is a little aged now. We've just got our form through for the new census, or the link through, and that'll provide invaluable information about what is required on a more granular basis. But I think in terms of the overall figures, we are comfortable with the way that those have been derived. They are in line with the guidance, which sets out a series of data sources. Please do not think that we're trying to talk down or depress this level of need in any way, shape or form.
Thank you, Mr. Drummond-Hay. I've got 2 more hands up. Can I come to Mr. Hollingworth and then I'll come to Mr. Berendt? So Mr. Hollingworth first.
Thank you, Mark. As you would have seen from our hearing statement, we do have a number of concerns with how the issue of need has been addressed in relation to, firstly, the quantum overall, how the issue of typology has been dealt with, and I appreciate what Mr. Drummond-Hay has just said, but I think if anything that simply reaffirms our concerns in that respect. The temporal aspects of it, in terms of when will that need arise, and perhaps an issue which is more for the supply side of the discussion is the spatial aspect of that need across the borough. Just in terms of quantum, and again, I appreciate what Mr. Drummond-Hay has said regarding how those numbers should be treated. But I think it's important to recognise that the SHMARD Part 2 does identify a range of needs, and it then goes on to suggest that the absolute bottom end of that range be treated as the figure to be used for the local plan. And actually the plan then goes on at paragraph 6.25 to confirm it has treated that bottom end of the range, the lowest figure, as the actual need it's seeking to address. And of course, there's an inherent problem with that approach, and when we're tasked with meeting needs and with sufficient flexibility as well to respond to change. And whilst I accept there might be a demographic argument to go with the low end of the range, if this was merely a sort of academic exercise, it isn't an academic exercise. We're dealing with a plan that is required to meet these pressing needs as an absolute minimum. So that's a summary of our concerns in terms of the quantum one. And then in terms of the typology, it's quite simply the lack of consideration of what the need for age restricted or retirement living housing might be. And I think that, in terms of why is that important, I think clearly the PPG does, as Mr. Drummond-Hay just pointed out, does recognise they are important typologies of accommodation for older people, and quite rightly pointed out the desire to help ensure that older people have the options to remain living independently. And of course, a lot of older people don't need or want to move into extra care or sheltered housing, and clearly the updated PPG and national policy provides a much more sophisticated approach to considering older persons' need than was previously the case. So I think that the key issues there being that the provision of retirement housing can greatly assist in that regard. But also separately, and I think an issue that I haven't seen discussed in any of the evidence base is that providing this attractive downsizing option for older people who don't need sheltered or extra care accommodation can help address under occupancy rates, of which the SHMARD Part 2 identifies is very, very high levels in the borough, and this in turn can help free up accommodation that's for larger dwellings for families in current housing needs. So there's that element of it, and I think that's just why it's important to address retirement needs housing and not just assume that older people somehow want to go into extra care or sheltered accommodation, which is clearly nonsense. And I think on that one, if the whole approach seems very much to me an NPPF 2012 approach based on the previous national policy and guidance, and I think that's entirely unsurprising given what we've just heard, because clearly it was produced prior to the guidance that's been updated. But what needed to have happened here is for the assessment work to have been updated to reflect these issues, and we have seen no evidence that is the case. In terms of the temporal aspects, again, there's a huge overlap issue-wise with the supply side of things, but just very briefly, and as our clients established through Section 78 appeals, there is a present need for for specialist housing for older people. It's not something that should be delayed until later in the plan period. But I appreciate that is more for the supply side of the debate, so I'll leave my comments to later on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hollingworth. Can I was going to come to Mr. Barrett, but I will go back to the council first. Can I just understand, obviously, Mr. Drummond-Hay, you've made it perfectly clear that the SHMA being produced in 2013 was before the revised framework, and you've made that very clear that obviously it was produced at the time in accordance with the guidance that was around at that particular time. Did the council, and you may not be able to answer this, it may be a question to the actual council themselves, did the council consider updating the needs, taking on board what the sort of the new definition of older people, because we're focusing on older people accommodation here at the moment, is particularly in this, you know, the age restricted sort of accommodation that has been referenced from the PPG?
Yes, so the SHMA Part 2 is dated 2016, not 2013. So
sorry,
sorry. No,
I'm thinking of something else. Sorry, that was my
change in the guidance was the key part of it was the clarity of the definitions, and from a study of this type. And it refers to various data sources, all of which have been drawn on, and to be perfectly frank with you, all of which are slightly unsatisfactory. So the data that we're drawing on is the specified data. It's national data, so we draw on the population projections, we draw on the census and the English Housing Survey and all those other core, which is the data from the RPs. When we did the G5 note, that was the drive behind that was at other hearings around the country. We've found planning inspectors have been asking us more questions about older people's housing than perhaps they had historically, and we felt it was prudent to fill in the gaps. I do agree with some of what Mr. Hollingworth has said, but it's not just about providing a specialist older people's housing. Mr. Hollingworth quite rightly mentioned downsizing, and the reason that people don't downsize is because there aren't conveniently located alternative houses in their locality that they want to move to. And part of the reason that the council have a housing mix policy that is meant to reflect the market housing mix in the SHMA, which has a number of smaller units within that mix, is to provide that diverse mix that the wider that house movers want, to make house moving as I was going to say as easy as possible, but to make it as attractive as possible. There are, if you look across England, there's an excess, quite a large excess of bedrooms, but all those extra bedrooms are in houses occupied by older people who would move, but there's nowhere to move to in the locality. And by having a housing mix policy that's informed by the SHMA, the council are going some way to meeting that. Can I just address this minimum of the range point? I think that is a slight misrepresentation of what we've done. So the model that we use is a housing LIN model, which is a widely used model. And what it does is it looks at the population, it looks at the age distribution of the population, and then it applies various occupancy rates for different types of housing. And the default that when you buy the model, it comes loaded with an assumption of 170 units per 1,000 people over the age of 75. And that's a national figure. Actually, the current figure for Brentwood is about 125 units per 1,000 people over 75. And this is a housing market assessment. If we were to simply apply national data to Brentwood, we'd be rightly criticised for that. I think this whole area of older people's accommodation is particularly challenging in the middle of the COVID epidemic. You hear of all kinds of, there are many older people who perhaps should have gone into older people's accommodation over the last year, and the last place that they want to go is into some form of specialist accommodation because it is perceived to be a one-way ticket at the moment. And I think that we're in we've got no data to back this up yet, but certainly the feedback that we're getting is that enabling people to stay at home for as long as possible is what people want and should be the priority. In addition, providing suitable accommodation to meet the requirements of the market should also be carried out. So it is looking at that full breadth.
So are you in sort of fact saying that, just on your last point, that the that there could, and obviously exactly what's going to come out of COVID and how people are going to feel about moving to other relevant accommodation, etc. Are you saying that if people are less likely to want to go into some form of communal living, that there will be more emphasis on the first sort of the first element of housing that's listed in the PPG, which is the age restricted housing, general market housing, because then people will obviously, that may be then more relevant for their age, depending on what they're looking for. It will allow downsizing potentially. So, I mean, obviously this is, we've got no data behind that. That's what you're saying. But from your perspective, having sort of looked at this and, you know, your expertise on looking at housing markets and sort of viability and all that aspect, what's your sort of, you know, gut reaction on that?
Well, my gut reaction, when the MPPF and the PPG were being updated, we, like other consultancies, put in our two pennies worth to CLG, and we did question the age of older people's housing, the age restrictions that are applied, because the retirement age, the pension age has crept up over years, and that is in part because it's jolly expensive paying national pensions, but also it's because people work for longer and live and are active for longer. And I don't want to suggest that there's not a demand for age-restricted housing for the over 55s, but it is quite young, and I don't think many 55-year-olds are going to consider themselves to be older people, even 65-year-olds. My father-in-law is 86, and he's furious. His skiing has been cancelled, and he wouldn't consider himself old. But that's I think there's the point I'd like to make is the numbers that we have derived are up to date in accordance with the guidance based on the data sources that are referred to.
Okay.
There are clearly ranges, as with all statistical and demographical exercises within the figures. But if we weren't comfortable with the figures, we would have suggested to the council that we produced an additional note at some point, and the response to your questions, I think, fills in the gaps that there may have been previously.
Thank you. I'll bring in some other participants. So, Mr. Barrett, you've been waiting very patiently.
Thank you, Ma'am. It's about the evidence used to support the M42 and M43, Ma'am. Do you want to deal with that now, or were you looking to deal that with the in the later agenda item? I'd want to come in when you want it, Ma'am.
I think we'll do that when we start to come to actually look at HPO1.
Okay.
I know it is interlinked because obviously it's about the needs behind why those standards are being met, etc. But I think I'd like to just look at. I'm just trying to consider the specialist accommodation in a whole. So
that's fine,
please
Ma'am.
come
It
in
was
there.
just because the evidence was brought up and you mentioned it, so I thought I'd just check when you wanted to do that, Ma'am. Thank you.
That's great, thank you. I'll come to Mr. Stebbing and then Mr. Hollingworth, please. So, Mr. Stebbing, please.
Thank you, Ma'am. I'll be brief. I have to say that a great deal of what Mr. Drummond has put to you has actually reinforced my concerns rather than alleviated them. I mean, the issue is, and I think you're going to come in a few minutes maybe to discuss the actual text of policy HPO4. But if you look at the reasoning for HPO4, which are paragraphs 623 to 628, the policy plainly is not addressing what the text purports that it is addressing. And 625 is the paragraph that most offends me, because it does purport to be providing a policy that deals with housing for, in fact, people over the age of 55. Just to pick up on one of Mr. Drummond-Hayes' points. Plainly, in my view, Ma'am, HPO4 is not doing the job that it says it should, and I will just submit to you in a few moments that the policy does need to be redrafted if this is to be the principal policy for addressing housing for older people in Brentwood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stemming. We will obviously come on to the wording of the policy very shortly, so I look forward to hearing what you have to say on that. Mr. Hollingworth, please.
Thank you, Ma'am. Just firstly on the quantum and the range that's identified, I'd just like you to draw your attention to paragraph 6.11 of the SHMAR Part 2. Excuse me, and the final sentence of that, because that does refer to the ratio that was applied, and refers to it being closer to the current expectations of older households. But then it does go and says, but suggests that there's a need to monitor how usage patterns develop over time, which again, and I completely accept from a technical point of view, as Mr. Drummond explained, that as an appropriate way to address this issue, and perhaps it is more of a supply type point. But I think it then goes on to how will the plan be able to react to a situation in which that usage does change. Of course, we're dealing with a greenbelt borough here, so there's very little opportunity. I mean, for example, how your colleagues have dealt with this situation quite often elsewhere is support exception policies for edge of settlement housing, But of course, that isn't an option to address the situation here. So I appreciate it's perhaps more of a supply comment, but I just wanted to make that point. Separately, and again, I agree with much of what Mr. Drummond-Hay has said there in terms of the need to enable people to stay living independently as long as possible, and the numerous benefits for those individuals and society as a whole in relation to that objective. The fact that people over 55 or over 65 may not consider themselves old, and certainly instances to actually need sheltered housing or extra care housing, certainly. And
Mr. Hollingworth, sorry, Mr. Hollingworth, you are cutting in and out.
Apologies, Ma'am.
So I don't know whether it may be worth you phoning in.
Inspector, could I suggest that Mr. Hollingworth leaves the meeting and rejoins, and we can see if we can improve his connection?
Yes, that would be fine. Mr. Hollingworth, if you can do that, if you can just leave and then rejoin, we'll wait.
Apologies, Ma'am.
That's okay. No worries. You want to try that first? Mr. Stebbing, your hand is still up. Is that a legacy hand, or is it something further you wanted to add at this stage? No, lovely. Okay, thank you.
A legacy hand, I apologise.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to see if Mr. Hollingworth can come in, just so he can finish off his points and see if that's going to work. No, he's waiting.
He's just rejoining, Ma'am.
Thank you.
Right. Apologies, Ma'am. Is that any better?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes.
Oh, excellent. Right. I have no idea why that is the case, but
no worries. There is no rhyme or reason.
Technology.
It just happens. Yes.
So yes,
Mr. Hollingworth. Yes, your points. Yeah.
Sorry, but I don't know if you took the point on quantum and the range.
Yes, I did that. Yes. Paragraph 611. Yes.
Yeah, and in terms of agreeing with Mr. Drummond-Hay in terms of those objectives he set out, and in relation to enabling people to live independently longer, the fact that people over 55 or even over 65 are likely to consider themselves as older people and unlikely to need extra care or sheltered accommodation, and also to the point, and I think perhaps put a pin in one element of this and come on to it, if I may, later on the supply side of things. I think this is a key point, a key issue with the local plan, is the need for accommodation for older people to be suitably and conveniently located as well. All of those factors are really very relevant, and as Mr. Stebbing said, and I'll agree with that it reinforces, or it implied anyway, it reinforces the importance of the local plan addressing these different typologies of specialist housing for older people, and not simply seeing it as some sort of binary between standard market housing versus extra care or sheltered housing. That there is that intermediate area, and of course the PPG recognises that, and in our view that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hollingworth. Council, can I have your response or anything further you want to add? I know that Mr. Hollingworth was sort of coming back on some of the points, Mr. Drummond-Hay, that you made. Anything you want to add on that?
I think that there's a risk of disagreeing when we all actually agree there's a need. I don't think we might all be approaching this from slightly different directions, but actually we're all saying there's a significant need for older people's housing.
So shall we look at the supply, and then let's look at the wording of the actual policy and see whether what the council is trying to achieve is achievable through the supply and the policies, or whether any modifications need to be made to make that more effective, etc. So can we just look at the supply? And our main question here is about whether the supply that's set out in the plan, in whatever guise, because some of it is through allocations, some of it is through wording in policy, does that supply in the plan meet needs? Now, I've already listed the needs that are required or that are set out in the evidence. Obviously, some of the people are some of the participants, and I've got other evidence from others around the table who are saying that those needs are higher, etc. But as I said, that's something for us to consider. I suppose what I'm trying to understand is that what the plan is doing in terms of allocations is focusing on care homes in relation to specifics. So the allocation, it's only certain strategic housing allocations require specialist accommodation, and it's older people and it's care homes that's been focused on. So I suppose I could do, or we could do with understanding in total and including any commitments that are still to be brought forward as part of the plan period, what is being brought forward in relation to the supply in terms of the care home commitments, care home allocations, so that I can then understand whether the care home bed spaces that are needed are being met, or how close is that? As I said, it's not, I know Mr. Drummond-Hay and the council makes it clear that the evidence is as it is, it's a snapshot in time. And the plan, and we'll start to go through the wording of the plan and what the justification text says, the supporting text does specify that needs will be assessed as planning applications come forward, etc. So this is a moving feast to some extent, because obviously any evidence is only a snapshot in time, but obviously there is a projection, a best estimated projection based on the data and the data sources that are available. So can the council just give me an understanding of, just purely looking at the supply in relation to the allocations, what level of bed spaces are proposed in total? Do you have that information?
Yes, I can answer that question, Inspector.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson.
So as we've already highlighted, our needs for C2 use is 494 units. Based on the site allocations for within the local plan for the strategic sites, it would equate to approximately 420 units that would be provided through that. Then we also have the M43 requirement, which we have calculated would allow for an additional 84 units to be provided, which does mean that it leaves us with an approximate shortfall of 74 units. However, if you look at the council's historical trends in terms of a specialist accommodation coming forward, we do have sites that have come forward as Windfall. If we refer back to our response to the question from question 113, we provided a table of a list of various specialist accommodations that come forward that equate to 189 units that have been completed. And there is another application which has commenced, so it's not completed yet, where that will be providing an additional 55 assisted living beds and 77 care home places upon completion. So we feel that given our historical trends of Windfall for specialist accommodation, although there is a shortfall of 74 units from within the plan, we feel quite confident that we would be able to provide the full need through the remaining coming through on Windfall sites.
Okay. You obviously, in your hearing statement, because obviously the allocations specifically refer to care homes, but in your hearing statement, you're proposing a suggested amendment that it's not just about residential care home provision. It could be or other. Because I suppose at the moment, as the plan's written, it's very static as to what can be provided on those allocations. And then you're proposing that it's other appropriate specialist accommodation or other appropriate specialist accommodation in line with policy HPO4, which is why we will very shortly come on to the policy wording of HPO4 and actually what that's trying to achieve. Is it then therefore necessary to specify the need for care home provision? I suppose my question is why is the plan focused on care home provision when there is this sort of wide range of needs that are identified by the evidence?
Agreed that is probably something that does need some looking at. I think initially the thought behind that was because that was the primary use that we needed. I see Mr. Drummond-Hay's got his hand up, so maybe he's in a better position to answer the question than I am. So I'll pass it over to him.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Drummond-Hay.
Yeah, I just wanted to
shed some light on that one, please.
I just wanted to say something about the delivery of these types of products. So the sheltered housing and the extra care housing are traditionally or historically across England delivered by the private sector, and the private sector competes with mainstream market housing to deliver these types of schemes. So we've got McCarthy and Stone, Churchill, and all the big providers are out there, and they are seeking, on the whole, highly accessible sites that are accessible to the town centre. So they're sustainable locations that people can walk to a relatively short distance to the services that they require. And it's almost impossible to identify those types of site at sort of early on in the plan making process, or in the plan making process at all. It might be a small supermarket that is the site is acquired and the car park and what have you are redeveloped as a specialist housing, or it could be, I would imagine, going forward, we're going to see quite a lot of retail being reconfigured as we all shop a bit differently. As people use their cars less, we see car parks being redeveloped, local authorities disposing of car parks for this type of development. And the private sector is delivering these units across the country, and I fortunately haven't been involved in any of your housing trajectory discussions because it's not my remit here, but where you have an authority that has had a constrained land supply historically, they've probably delivered a bit less than where there is a greater, a broader land supply. I would have no, we work across Essex and Suffolk, and these schemes are coming forward. And it's always a bit surprising, really, when they come forward. Terribly difficult to identify those sites and allocate them for particular use up front. But the values generated from these types of uses are sufficient to create, for the developers, to compete in the open market to deliver these types of scheme and deliver affordable housing.
So what you're saying that it's more likely for these forms of development to come forward as windfall sites on the open market,
yes,
rather than care homes is a completely different.
I think care homes are a bit different,
Yeah.
but on the whole, I would expect these schemes to be delivered on windfalls and as part of the wider housing mix on larger schemes. So if you're building 1,000 houses, part of your mixed and balanced community is near your community hub. You would have an older people's housing scheme, and they work well in that situation. Once you've got a threshold, you can't stick them in the middle of the field before everything else has been built.
And that's where the council's HPO1 policy in relation to mix, and we will come on to the wording of that shortly once we've finished with HPO4, comes in, because obviously the requirement is there for specialist accommodation, whatever that may be, to be provided on sites as they come forward. But we will look at that wording shortly to make sure that that's clear. But it does, that's, as I said, at the moment, that's on sites of 500 or more dwellings as set out in the submitted plan. And I know the council is suggesting that that threshold is lowered, but obviously we will come on to that shortly to consider that. So Ms. Pearson mentioned that it may, because the plan is focusing in terms of the allocations, is focusing on care home provision, but has then suggested in the hearing statement that this is widened to being a care home or other appropriate specialist accommodation in line with policy HPO4. Are there any other comments that the council wishes to make on that suggestion, or the suggestion as to whether reference needs to be made to the care home anyway, taking on board what Mr. Drummond-Hay has said, that care home provision is slightly different to potentially other forms of specialist accommodation provision, particularly market-led, although obviously the vast majority of care homes are independent, as local councils have got rid of an awful lot of care homes because they are expensive to run, etc., etc. So anything further the council wants to say on that particular sort of change? Obviously we'll have a look at that in relation to our consideration of whether the wording in the site allocations policies is appropriate in that sense and is effective in bringing forward specialist accommodation.
I don't think there's anything we can usefully add to that at the moment, Mark.
Okay, thank you. I've got two further hands up. So I will come to, I've got Mr. Stebbing and then I'll come to Mr. Hollingworth. So Mr. Stebbing, please.
Thank you, Mum. Listening to the council's response on supply, I think you've highlighted yourself, and Ms. Pearson has confirmed that the direction of supply seems to be simply addressing the care home sector in terms of quantum, and even there is a shortfall. Mr. Drummond-Hay is asking you to rely on windfalls as meeting the bulk of the requirement for housing for older people, such as that provided by Churchill and McCarthy and Stone. And to some extent that will happen. But I submit to you, Mum, that the plan can't move forward on this wing and a prayer philosophy that someone will come along at some point in time and provide housing for the elderly. There is a conspicuous lack of formal site allocations below the strategic level And furthermore, there is a conspicuous lack of positive policy wording, and we're coming on to that vis-a-vis HPO4, but it re-emerges at HPO1 as well, on addressing this significantly increasing need. And I redirect you again to section 5 of our Reg 19 response, just to give you an idea of the real quantum here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stebbing. Mr. Hollingworth, please.
Thank you, Ma'am. I won't repeat the point Mr. Stebbing just made on windfall. That was one of the points I entirely agree with. But just in terms of Mr. Drummond-Hayes' comments regarding the care homes being a very different typology, I'd entirely, to other forms of specialist accommodation for older people, I'd entirely agree with that and suggest that a very different market, very different delivery, and also very different spatial requirements as well. And again, it just reaffirms the need for the different typologies to be addressed, both in terms of considering their need, but also their supply. And going back to the comment earlier about the need for such accommodation to be suitably and conveniently located, I just wish to highlight, Ma'am, that the provision of care homes at the moment, and I note that there's a suggestion that the definition could be broadened, but at the moment, provision of care homes is only directed to 4 different sites in the local plan, one of which is Dunton Hills Garden Village, the proposed new settlement. So in reality, we only have 3 settlements in the entire borough where there's proposals to provide accommodation for older people. That's Shenfield, West Horndon and Worley. And well, if you cross-reference that with the settlement hierarchy, as is currently proposed, and appreciate we'll be discussing that further in due course, but when you do cross-reference the settlement hierarchy, you'll see that that leaves a number of areas where substantial, well-established communities in the borough where there'll be no provision over the plan period. And as we've set out in our hearing statements and Regulation 19 representations, such settlements include those where there's currently no provision at all, and the current need, let alone a future need. So frankly, the supply side is really failing on the spatial dimension, and also on the temporal dimension, I'd suggest, Ma'am, because these are larger sites, and I appreciate in which the provisions proposed to be made. And I appreciate that there's talk of potentially lowering the threshold at which provision will be required. But these larger sites will inevitably come forward later in the plan period. So we're effectively parking the need. We're not addressing it. We're not addressing the current need in the short term, and this plan needs to be doing that, in our view. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hollingworth. Can I have the council's response on those particular points in relation to supply?
I don't think there's much more we can add, Ma'am. I mean, just remind ourselves about the qualitative nature of the types of accommodation which are covered by specialist needs. General market accommodation, which is age restricted, active elderly accommodation, McCarthy and Stone type proposals that come forward, as has been said to you before, they need a reasonably central location with easy access to services. There's no point allocating a site that is not going to meet that requirement. Retirement housing with community facilities and concierge. You wouldn't want to allocate a site simply for that use alone. It would need to be integrated with the broader community. And this is the point about everything apart from residential care homes for which provision can be planned. But even then, they are planned as part of a broader community use. The market will determine when those proposals come forward as part of general market housing schemes, and they will compete in the normal way, responding to needs and demand. quite clearly, one cannot be confident that the underlying demand will ever be met. But the market does respond and will respond in due course. But you can't actually go about allocating sites for specialist needs without having regard to what is going on around them. As for the suggested lack of provision of care homes, again, as well as the allocations, there is a high expectation that proposals will come forward on windfall sites over the planned period. And let's not lose sight of the fact, actually, that it's a small borough and there is a requirement in the market for care home provision to be brought forward in central locations. And the journey times for families living in the borough to visit their loved ones in these homes is not challenging in a borough of this size.
So in terms of the question or the comments that have been made about the spatial location of these care home provision or potential care home provision, because if the wording is changed, it could be a different form of specialist accommodation for older people or disabled, etc. Your comment there is that these would be in central locations, easily accessible.
Yes, that's the whole point, that they are accessible by not just by the motor car, but by other means of transport as well. So the council, of course, does have control over the nature of the accommodation being provided in the form of affordable housing, where, of course, it can make requirements in relation to M43 units, for example. But it doesn't, and it can't, it doesn't have and it can't exercise the same level of control when it comes to market housing. And so we can do so much and will do as much as we can. But at the end of the day, we have to have regard to historic delivery of specialist accommodation, the fact that the market will provide opportunities on open market sites to provide not only M43 units in the, through the affordable housing numbers, but also specialist accommodation for the elderly as the market demands.
Thank you.
And what policy HPO1 does is make it a requirement that those needs are recognised in developments and that the housing mix responds to that need. There's a question mark over whether it should be a threshold of 500 dwellings, but that's something we can discuss.
We'll come on to that, yeah. Thank you. I'm going to bring in Mr. Hollingworth, then I've just got another query in this, and then I want to move on to the wording of the actual policy itself. And then after that, we will have a break. Okay, so Mr. Hollingworth.
Thank you, Bob. Just a brief point, if I may. In terms of the spatial dimension of accommodation for older people, it really isn't just about identify locations which will be convenient for people to visit future residents of that. We are talking about a very well, it's not, older people is not, as we discussed, a homogenous group. They'll have varying different accommodation needs. And what we're talking about here is the needs, as we touched on earlier, to ensure that appropriate accommodation is available to allow people to remain living independently. But we're suggesting that should also be, as was touched on earlier, suitably and conveniently located. And that also means enabling older people to remain living within their community, of which they're all clearly an active part, and not simply saying that they're required to move to sort of central locations within the borough. That the borough does contain distinct separate communities, and I don't accept that, you know, location of older persons and housing in one part of the borough automatically meets a need elsewhere. I mean, if that was the case, that and you apply that to housing generally, there'd be virtually no need for a spatial strategy at all if you took it to an extreme. So I think that's just that was the point I wanted to make. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you, Mr. Hollingworth. Anything that the council wants to comment on that?
No, thank you, Mark.
Okay, thank you. Just this point about the specialist accommodation report. You've made it clear that that doesn't exist at the moment. It's referenced in the plan at paragraph 6.27. And you refer to that so that the specialist accommodation report will be utilised when dealing with negotiations on establishing local need and sort of securing provision for specialist accommodation, looking at final type of accommodation, the tenure, the mix, etc., will be decided through negotiation when dealing with planning applications. So the first question is that correct? Is that going to be the format that the council is going to use? And where exactly is, you say that the specialist accommodation report will be produced once the plan is adopted. So is that at the point of adoption? Is it going to be clear as to how those negotiations are going to work from the day of adoption? Should we get to that point? I hasten to add. I'm just trying to understand how the count, and then I do want to come on to the wording of the actual policy itself, and then it has implications for the policy wording set out in the site allocations and the policy wording set out in HPO1 as well, in relation to how this accommodation is going to be brought forward and whether this negotiating through the specialist accommodation report is an effective approach. So if the council can just clarify how it's going to work, when it's going to be in place, how it's going to work, and then I can open up if anybody has any queries or questions on that approach. So is it going to be Ms. Pearson, please?
Yeah. So that is correct. That is the council's intention, is that at the point of adoption, that is when we will prepare the specialist accommodation report, and that will be maintained on an annual basis. So then that way there is an accurate, up-to-date position as to what our current supply is versus what our needs are. So then that way we can make sure that we're providing the right type of accommodation at the right times. Because the last thing you want is to have an over provision of one type of supply and then not enough of another. High level information in terms of specialist accommodation is already monitored and published on a regular basis in the AMR. So there is a starting point in terms of what our current position is, but this report will be more detailed and come into effect at the point of adoption of the plan.
Does anybody wish to add any comments on that approach? No, not got any hands up. Okay. Thank you. Can we then just turn to looking at the actual policy wording? Oh no, actually, just before we do that, this the contribution that C2 uses could potentially make to supply. Has the council considered that? As into dwelling supply, and whether a calculation has been utilised. I haven't seen anything in any evidence, and whether the council has considered that at all.
Sorry, Inspector, I'm not quite sure I understand the question. Is it in terms of C2 use turning into C3 use? Is that the...
No, it's C2 use is the PPG states that councils can count housing provided for older people against your housing requirement. Your council, or Brentwood, is not doing that, so I'm not saying that you have to do that. But I'm trying to understand. So residential institutions, i.e. nursing or care homes, the bed spaces can be converted to a potential dwelling unit number. under the PPG. So it's not that the bed spaces of 400 or whatever it is can then bring forward 400 units. No, it's about there is a conversion that you can do to bring about the number of dwelling units that would clarify, and it's usually divided by the average number of adults in all households. So if the average number is 1.5, then that the number of bed spaces would be divided by that, etc., to come up with a potential C3 dwelling number which would then go towards your housing supply. Now, the council hasn't done that, so I'm just trying to understand why the council hasn't done that. And you don't have to do it. But in terms of the supply, most councils do, because obviously it assists their supply in terms of numbers. And the bed spaces is a form of accommodation for people. Because instead of living in a 1-bedroom house or a 2-bedroom house or whatever, they are coming into some form of accommodation. So I just wanted to understand whether the council had considered it or would wish to consider that. I have got Mr. Drummond-Hay in the wings wanting to speak, so I don't know who wants to come first.
I'll let Mr. Drummond-Hay go first in case I put my foot in it.
Thank you.
Look, I now understand the question. I didn't really understand what the question was getting at. Having sat through many long appeals that talk about the old OAN appeals discussing what housing numbers were, and then matching those off with supply. Institutional accommodation is not generally housing. It is institutional accommodation. And I would always urge caution about counting anything that was that could cause protracted debate at some appeal some way down the line as to what is housing and what is institutional accommodation. The same would apply to student accommodation or these new co-living schemes that we're seeing forward. How do you count them? Are they institutional or are they housing? If they are in the housing projection, in the base demographics, I would count them as housing, but the care homes are not within the base, are not within the population projections that drive the housing number. I might be kicked for my client for saying that, but that's what I would have advised them.
Thank you. Anything you want to add, Mr. Shadravian or Mr.
No, Ma'am, no, that's absolutely fine. Okay. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a numerical exercise. And so we could easily do that just to show you what the difference will be for the purposes of the trajectory. As I say, it's just a mathematical exercise, so it shouldn't cause anyone any concern, but it will be there for you just to consider should you wish to do so.
I'm not going to ask for that at the moment. It was just a question about whether you had considered it but decided actually we don't want to do that. And Mr. Drummond-Hay has given his reasoning behind why there should be an element of caution there on including that. So that's absolutely fine.
Thank you.
I know we are coming up to 11 o'clock, but I would like to just start the discussion on HPO 4. So maybe we'll have a break about 11:15 or so. I want to just look at now whether the approach that's set out in the policy is sound, whether it's consistent with national policy and whether it's effective. I know that a number of people around, again, a number of participants here today have highlighted concerns with the wording. So really what I'd like to do, Mr. Warden, please.
I'm very sorry, Mrs. Wright. I was not able to get in as quick as I wanted to.
I was too fast for you, wasn't I?
Yes, and I appreciate you want to move on to a break. But can I just ask Mr. Drummond-Hay a question? And I'd like to thank him for his answer to your question. But I just have a follow-up question. Is Mr. Drummond-Hay, if I take it right, suggesting that if a separate calculation is made and separate provision is made for specialist accommodation in housing supply, that might be double counting.
I'm saying that it could cause uncertainty, which, yes, there could be a degree of double counting. My approach is to try and keep these as simple as possible. If you're counting something on one side of the equation, you should try and keep the other side of the equation as similar as possible. Because the institutional accommodation is not part of the household projections, I think that counting institutional accommodation as housing supply could carry risks and would give a long debate at an appeal sometime in the future about it. I think it is potentially confusing.
Thank you, Mr. Drummond-Hay. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Wright.
Thank you. So what I'd like to understand, I know that Mr. Stebbing has got some concerns over the wording of the policy. So what I'd like to do is let's just start the discussion on the actual wording of the policy itself. Mr. Stebbing, I'd like to start with you to understand what your particular concerns are with the actual policy wording, please.
In summary, and I'll try not to take too much of your time, Mum, but I think already this morning we've discovered that the issue is much more broader than policy HPO4 is seeking to address. And that goes as far as the title of the policy, Mum. I believe it should be described as housing for older people, of which the provision of C3 accommodation is just one subset of that. I believe it should also address the council's support, and I believe there is support for the provision of C2 accommodation for older people across the various typologies that Mr. Drummond-Hay has outlined to you. But I think it needs to go further than that even. It needs to express support for the delivery of the C2 element on suitable, sustainable sites, very much along the lines of clause AB or criterion AB as drafted, and certainly of smaller size than the council's present strategic offer at Dunton Hills, etc. And sustainable across the piece, Ma'am. And this goes back to my question to you, whether we could discuss the settlement hierarchy today. But I think you can probably imagine where I'm going, because there are a variety of sustainable villages in this borough where I believe that there will be a local need for housing for older people. And some of those are clearly affected by the Greenbelt constraint, but I won't have that conversation with you today. This is about providing adequate supply in relation to what we've clearly heard is a substantially greater demand than the council have so far indicated in the plan. So just to sum up at the moment, if the policy is to meet the aspirations of paragraph 625, and indeed the very last sentence of 624, I'll just read that to you. The council claim that policy HPO4 is intended to support the delivery of the national policy requirement. It doesn't, Mum. It only contributes one element of the national policy requirement. If the policy is to meet 625 and what 625 sets out there, then it needs to be a broader policy and less narrowly based than presently drafted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stebbing. Can I come to the council on the wording of the policy? Is it, because I know that in F9A there is a suggestion that other aspects of specialist accommodation is included, i.e. gypsies and travellers. I'm not. So is the policy trying to achieve too much and is confusing itself?
I don't think so, Ma'am. First of all, it's not just about older people's accommodation. Let's be clear about that. It's not intended just to apply.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the first point. Second point is, if we look at paragraph 61 of the MPPF, it says in delivering sufficient supply of homes, the size, type and tenure of housing needed for different groups in the community should be assessed and reflected in planning policies, including but not limited to those who require affordable housing, families with children, older people, students, people with disabilities, service families, travellers, people who rent their homes, or people wishing to commission or build their own homes. So it's a very broadly defined category. The policy HPO4, also, I'm sorry, of those types of individual, the supporting text in 625, 624 and 625 identifies within the borough the types of needs that need to be addressed. And what HPO4 does is give support to policy, to proposals coming forward which meet those particular needs, whatever they might be. So part A is enabling. So that's positive, that's good. And in F9A, no changes are proposed to that part of the policy. And if we just look at that part of the policy, what it's saying is the council will encourage and support proposals which contribute to the delivery of specialist accommodation. So that would apply to specialist accommodation only proposals and proposals that also include those elements, provided that the development meets demonstrable established local community need, is readily accessible to public transport, shops and services, etc. You heard discussion about desirability of those locational factors, would not result in the overconcentration of any one type of accommodation, again, good planning, common sense. Where appropriate, provide suitable landscaping and amenity space. That's probably not needed there because it's covered by another policy. We've had that discussion in relation to other policies. Where appropriate is in accordance with policy NE10, new development, extension and replacement of buildings in the green belt. So apart from probably D, which probably needn't be there, that's perfectly sound and effective in my submission.
And the E, because you're only now proposing one policy.
Yeah, yes, absolutely, yeah.
Although there isn't really any need to reference the greenbelt.
There is no need. You're quite right. There's no need to reference the greenbelt. Absolutely.
So is the wording you're saying that this part A is enabling? Mm-hmm. It's the wording encourage and support. So is there a way? So you're absolutely right that it's a sort of positive, but then it goes provided that. So it's a conditional positive.
It's a conditional positive.
It's conditional upon you must meet this, and this. So what does established local community need mean? Because it's the word, the local community need. You've got local needs that have been assessed in the evidence in relation to the borough level.
Yeah. I understand.
Is that what's needed?
Yeah, I understand the point, and it's actually interesting to consider this in the context of the discussion we've just had in relation to locational requirements and the size of the borough. And I suppose reflecting upon those words, one might conclude that all you need to do there is say meets demonstrable need, because it's dealing with specialist accommodation of all types. And it needn't be necessarily local, and certainly local community based. So to say meets demonstrable need should be sufficient, because we're talking about particular needs.
Okay.
So I do take that point, Ma'am, absolutely. And the conditionality in relation, the other B and C are very commonsensical and appropriate, I would suggest, assuming D and E are coming out.
And again, I'm sorry, I'm just because I'm just playing devil's advocate slightly on C. What would be the issue if there is an overconcentration? If there is a demand for that type, because developers and promoters of this particular type of accommodation aren't going to build it unless they can sell it or rent it. So if there is a demand in a particular location, what is the issue, playing devil's advocate, with an overconcentration? What would be deemed to be an overconcentration? How will that be assessed?
As a matter of fact and degree, one would seek to establish balanced communities and integrated communities. And I think that's really what this is driving at.
Okay, thank you.
So if we're talking about C3, for example, one would need to be careful about making sure that there was proper integration.
So when within your I'm just trying to understand now, within your hearing statement, I know we need to finish looking at the policy wording, but within your hearing statement and this potential or suggested change, so that within the allocations it doesn't just say residential care home, it can be an or other appropriate specialist accommodation in line with policy HP04. From the council's perspective, do you consider that policy HP04 with a few modifications will provide that flexibility? Because I think people are looking for flexibility to meet the needs that are assessed at the time. So from the council's perspective, does that wording that's suggested provide that?
But what it does,
HP04.
What it does is provide flexibility in relation to those particular allocations. So if, just bear with me, sorry.
That's fine.
Apologies, Ma'am. I was just taking instructions on something. It just provides that element of flexibility. If the evidence at the time shows there is not a need for, say, a 60-bed residential care home, but there is a need for another type of specialist accommodation, then the policy gives that flexibility. But that's all it does. What it doesn't do is affect or have any impact on the capacity of the allocations to deliver specialist accommodation in line with market demand.
So is the policy, the Part A policy, is it actually, because the wording says encourage and support, are you actually saying that the council will permit proposals if they are in accordance with these criteria?
Yes,
that's what it's saying,
that's
aren't
what it's
they?
saying, yes.
So if that wording can be amended to take that on board,
yes.
Obviously that's just looking at that wording. If we can just finish the Part B and the Part C, and then I want to obviously open it up to any other discussion, because obviously you've heard from Mr. Stebbing and Mr. Stebbing's concerns about the policy wording, and I know you've given a response on that. But I will give Mr. Stebbing another opportunity to say what his concerns are. The Part B of the policy.
Yes, it's
there is some suggested changes in F9A on that.
Yes, it's just to make it clear. Subject to viability, I'll read it out for those who may not have the policy in front of them. Subject to viability, where accommodation falls within use class C3, an appropriate proportion of affordable housing in accordance with policy HPO5 will be required with a mix of tenures to meet identified needs. And then C says a condition may be imposed restricting occupation to persons requiring specialist accommodation where deemed necessary. This is simply to ensure that need continues to be met, and that it's not, and that the accommodation permitted is not therefore changed into something else which doesn't meet need. There's a reference then to gypsy and traveller pictures. Because this is a policy that deals with specialist accommodation, of course, gypsy and traveller accommodation is a key part of specialist accommodation, but it's made clear here that this is dealt with separately in HP11. And then there's a suggested small change to the supporting text at paragraph 6.25 to read, in terms of housing, new potential builds for supported living could be beneficial to supply demand for this type, something gone wrong there with the wording, for this type of accommodation. And then a specialist accommodation provision for people with disabilities and or autism could meet the need of the local population or individuals who would move to this area. The demand for adults with disabilities is considered under the independent living programme. So it's a recognition of those with other particular needs.
Why has autism been singled out? Autism is a disability. So why is it and or autism?
I don't know why it's and or.
It is a disability.
It's a disability.
So I would strike that out.
Yes.
I think that's drawing attention to a particular disability.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that was in there.
It's not necessary. That's fine. That's easily rectified. Well, does anybody have any comments, Mr. Stebbing? Any comments on what you've heard in relation to the policy or the suggested changes that the council has put forward? It doesn't mean that those are the changes that potentially could come forward, because obviously we need to take on board what we've heard today. But anything you want to add, Mr. Stebbing?
Well, I mean, I welcome in as far as they go Mr. Shadarivian's suggestions as to some further potential, I think, minor modifications, frankly, to policy HPO4 and a very slight adjustment to 625, but you probably won't be surprised to hear me say that they don't go far enough, because I think the fundamental drive within HPO4, even with the minor modifications that Mr. Shadarivian has put forward to you, is towards the provision of C3 accommodation. And I'm sure you've heard me say enough already this morning that my fundamental point is is concerning the dearth of policy support for appropriate C2 accommodation to meet the needs of older people in the round. And that includes people with disabilities, clearly, or emerging disabilities. So, in short, Ma'am, this is not, it's welcomed, but not going far enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stebbing. Council, do you want to respond any further?
No, thank you very much, Ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Warden, do you have any questions at this point? We are now going to take a break.
I don't, Mrs. Wright, thank you.
Okay, thank you. If we can take can we take a 20-minute break and come back at, it's 11:20 now, at 11:40, please, and then we'll carry on looking at the policies. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Well-deserved break there. Now I'm proposing to move on to policy HPO1, unless anybody had anything further they wanted to say on HPO4. They are sort of interrelated. So if there is anything else that crops up, then please do so. Now, in relation to HPO1 and actually HPO6, so probably dealing with those two policies sort of together, because they are there is an inclusion of standards in both of those, although obviously the HPO1 is not just about standards. Just looking at MIQ questions, we don't have anything further on our question 103. So I don't know if anybody has any questions or comments they wish to add on that at this stage, because I'd like to move on to just query the wording of policy HPO1 and whether it's justified and the supporting text is sort of consistent in terms of what the policy is trying to achieve. So the supporting text requires an appropriate mix that will be subject to negotiation, and the figure 6.1 is very clearly set out as an indicative mix in relation to market housing, and obviously affordable housing is completely different. That's under a HPO5, which we've already dealt with, so we're not going to go there again. Does the wording of the policy, the supporting text does seem to imply quite a significant degree of flexibility in allowing negotiations. Does the policy also provide that level of flexibility?
It requires an appropriate mix of dwelling types, sizes and tenures to meet identified needs in A1, and makes reference to the strategic housing market assessment or similar evidence for market and affordable units to provide choice and contribute towards the creation of sustainable, balanced and inclusive communities. So the key there is an appropriate mix of dwelling types to meet those identified needs. And the second of the criteria is a requirement to meet M4.2 accessible and adaptable dwellings, unless built in line with M4.3 for wheelchair adaptable dwellings. And that requirement is made in relation to developments of 60 or more dwellings.
Yeah, we're going to be moving on to the technical standards in a moment. I'm just trying to understand it's the nuances of the wording and whether it's absolutely clear that up to date, it's really about the SHMA is referenced, but obviously the SHMA is a snapshot at a certain point in time. So does reference in the policy to the SHMA actually even need to be made? Isn't it about appropriate mix will be required in accordance with the most up-to-date local needs assessment or local needs evidence, rather than actually referring to a SHMA or similar evidence? Because again, what does that mean? Because a SHMA is a particular beast in its own right. So I'm just trying to make sure that that wording could be perfectly okay, but it's because then your 6.4 specifically says proposals should respond to other up-to-date and relevant local evidence where available.
Yes, I mean, we could simply refer, leave that for the supporting text, and take out the reference to the SHMA, and just refer, as you say, to the most up-to-date evidence available.
Okay, I think it's just about tightening up the policy wording so that there isn't, as people have said, sort of, endless discussions at appeals, etc., to actually understand what evidence is allowed and what evidence isn't.
Yes.
So
you're absolutely right, Mark.
Again, if you can have a look at that.
The SHMA is a snapshot, and it may not be relevant in a few years' time when one comes to consider a particular application and it's not updated.
Okay. So, okay, thank you for that. Can we come on to have a look at the technical standards that are included within it in relation to M42 and M43? Now, the NPPF states that optional standards, because that's what these are, because they're above the building regulation sort of minimum standard or the required standard, they can be included in planning policies if they would address an identified need, and that's in footnote 46 of paragraph 127. And then the PPG also states that planning policies for accessible housing need to be based on evidence of need, viability, and a consideration of site-specific factors. So it's always it just comes down to this factor of need. So I would just like, I know we've discussed need in the round in relation to specialist accommodation. So I suppose what I would like to do is understand the thresholds that are set for, so I'm particularly looking at B and C of the policy. Sorry, A being of big A, B and little b and little c, to C and A2, looking at the requirements that are set out for M42 and M43 first of all, and then we'll move on to the self-built housing, custom housing, etc., custom built housing. So I suppose it's this M42 element is just so that we have an understanding. I don't know if the council has done this calculation, but based on what's required in HPO1, how much M42 development would come forward from the proposals during the plan period?
I can assist with this, ma'am, if that's okay.
Yes, please, Ms. Huang.
So we provided to you a note, F5G, back in, I think, September last year with some calculations. But we acknowledge that since then, the total units on Dunton Hills Garden Village has been reduced. Therefore, this number would be also reduced a little. However, when I updated the calculations yesterday and previously, the numbers basically is still meeting our needs. So the need that for M42 units that Mr. Simon Drummond-Hay mentioned earlier is 5,000 units as a starting point over the plan period to ensure the 10% of stock to be built to that standard. Yeah. And of this 5,000, 1,700 is within affordable tenure and 3,300 is for the market sector. So based on the requirement of this policy, if all of the developments that are from 10 units and above to be built to the M42 units, then we will have 5,259 units. And that's taking into account the reduction in Dunton Hills Garden Village that I mentioned and other planning applications that have been secured on other sites. And so if we apply the 35% of affordable housing on this 5,259, then we would have 1,841 affordable units and 3,418 to be accommodating by the market sector. So therefore, we would meet the identified needs that sets out in the SHMA, and that's M42 units. with the M43 standards, the 60 units threshold, as we set out, is basically a mathematical issue. It's so that, when we apply 5% on top of 35% affordable, then it would deliver one whole unit. So the need that was identified is 525 homes over the planned period. However, as you mentioned, and Mr. Simon Drumhay mentioned earlier, the NPPG request sets out that the local plan policies can only require this M43 units to be applied on the units that the council can control or nominate who would be reside in that accommodation. So if we assume that the population that would reside that has disability issue that reside within the socially rented sector, if we assume that it would remain consistent across the plan period, then that would mean between 15.7% to 26% of this 525 homes should be built in the affordable sector. Now, that when transferred to number, that means around 82 to 139 homes. Then if we apply the policy threshold of 60 units and above to our site allocations number, we would have around 84 units to be delivered to this M43 requirement. So that's 40 units against the needs between 82 to 139 units. So we just meet our needs, although it's on the lower needs range.
Okay, thank you for that. That's provided some clarity, and I know you're absolutely right. You, in relation to the M43, that was the way that it was calculated was set out in your F5G paper, although obviously you've just updated the figures on that. And thank you for providing the clarity on the M42 and taking into account the change to the numbers that could potentially be brought forward from Dunton Hills Garden Village. Okay. So that's in relation to why I wanted to ask that is just that I can understand whether these, as set out in the submitted plan, whether that is would bring forward sufficient supply or sufficient provision to meet the identified needs at this particular point in time based on the evidence that's before us. Now, I know, Mr. Barent, you have some concerns over these standards. So can I bring you in so that you can let me know what your particular concerns are, and then we'll have a discussion around that.
Thank you, Mum. It's really just in relation to the approach taken by the council in F5G with regard to some of the evidence used and information used. I think the first point I'd like to make, and sorry, I think we accept that there's going to be some need for more accessible homes, and I don't think that's a given. But it's the level at which that needs, and whether actually all homes on developments over 10 need to have be built to M42. I think in terms of the first concern is the council's use of the core LA lettings data in terms of looking at the proportion of homes coming forward. This seems to be taken forward and applied across the entirety of moves, across the entirety of both market and affordable moves. Whereas actually, I believe it only relates to moves within the local authority. So actually, taking those two elements and spreading it across isn't necessarily the case. You can't just say all the moves that 14% of moves within the LA local authority lettings or the affordable housing market will necessarily also translate across into market housing. So I think it's there's a disconnect there between the two pieces of evidence. In terms of the another element to it is that the council then say that 14% from the core LA lettings data would inevitably increase over time as an aging population increases. That's not necessarily the case, and I think we look back at the English Housing Survey, which showed that actually the need for more accessible homes has actually stayed quite even over the time between 2011 to 2015. So whilst there was an aging population, the actual need for more accessible homes hasn't gone up alongside that. Actually, this could be a number of reasons. Older people becoming far more fit and healthy. The fact that that M4(1), the existing standard for new homes, is actually a far more accessible standard than the existing stock and most of the existing stock. So that will meet quite a lot of people's needs. So there is that element to be considered. And I think the final point I'd like to make, Mom, is that is actually those proportion who may be in need of a more accessible home, is whether their existing home or the existing stock that could meet their needs. So actually many people who require adaptations to their house can actually make those adaptations to their own home. It's not necessarily a case that everyone who is in need of an adaptation will require their existing home to be adapted. And I think this is where, again, we'll refer back to the English Housing Survey, which is a national survey, and we recognise that it's not always going to be applicable, but it gives a good understanding as to that. That about of those who require adaptation, about 19% of those wouldn't be able to do it in their own home. So there isn't actually that need that just because you need an adaptable home means that you need a new home built to Part M42. In fact, Part M41 may well meet your needs going forward. So I think it's just actually how the council have approached it in terms of the evidence they've used and how that's been translated from lettings within the affordable housing and with the RSL market through to the market homes. So that's our main concern, Ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Cronk, is it a similar point or is it a different point?
It's a similar point, really, Ma'am.
Okay, if you want to come in, because then I'll go on both of your points to the council for a response.
It's, again, in the way the council's approached it, obviously, Ma'am, you'll come to your own conclusions about the justification and the evidence, but our point really was we referred in our representations to C38, the local plan viability assessment, and the cost implications of the Part M, M2 and M3, and the fact that the figures quoted were from the Housing Standards Review cost impacts, EC Harris, from September 2014. So the costs that were identified and set out are now 7 years old. Obviously, it's important the full costs of the N type requirements are properly factored in at today's costs, and properly reflect the situation now rather than in the past. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Can I come to the council for comment on those remarks? Mr. Drummond-Hay?
That's probably for me. But before we break, we were hearing that our assessment under-egged the level of need for older people, and now we're talking about whether or not we've over-egged the need for older people. Mr. Arendt is absolutely right in that we have used the core data as the basis of making an estimate of the requirements. We've been very open about this because and set out where the data has come from and how we've done it, but because there isn't a really good single source of data on this. What we're aiming to do, the objective is not to suddenly have every house as being wheelchair adaptable, or even to be accessible and adaptable across the borough. Of course, there are many, many things that the, people can do to their own homes so they can remain in them longer, and the council provide grants to do that through their normal initiatives. What we're looking to do is to slowly balance the market over time by providing that choice, and as a proportion of the total housing stock, only a small that is only increased by a small amount over time. And the aim of what we're trying to do is to get to a point where by the end of the plan period, about 10% of the overall housing stock will be accessible and adaptable. And a lot of these things are very small changes. They are ensuring level access and small items like that. Now, it is, of course, it doesn't apply quite so much in Brentwood as it might do in the Lancashire Valleys, where you've got very steep sites, but there are constraints to providing these through the physical characteristics of the site. But Brentwood is a generally relatively flat place. I'm not understating the amount, having dragged my suitcase from the station up the hill, it isn't entirely flat, but the move not everyone who wants who is moving will be an older person. Not everyone buying a new house will be an older person. The point of this is to provide that choice over time as households get older. Just on Mr. Cronk's point, we did touch on this a few weeks ago, last week when we were talking viability, just very briefly. Yes, he is correct to identify that we used the figures from the consultation in the viability assessment. Yes, they have gone up over time, but the cost of the accessible and adaptable standard is about £600 a unit to make the changes, which would be very roughly a little under £6 a metre squared. And we're talking about housing which has a value of typically over £4,500 a metre squared. So we're talking about less than 0.1% of the value of the building. Now, I'm always saying you've got to look at the cost side, but I used to run a house builder, and if anyone can cost anything within that nuance of that fine nuance, I would certainly congratulate them. So this is a very small cost over the unit, and even if it has gone up, which it has gone up, I accept it's gone up, it is still a small proportion of the overall cost. I haven't looked at the English Housing Survey data, but the underlying direction of travel of all the demographics is an aging population. So the need for choice over time is going to continue.
So Mr. Brent's point about how much of the existing housing stock can be adapted, or how much, if a person doesn't necessarily need to move home, they need adaptations made to their house. That existing stock, does it all have to come from? I think his point was, and I don't want to put words into Mr. Brent's mouth, but Mr. Brent, you can always come back and correct me if I'm wrong. But the implications of what Mr. Brent seemed to be saying was that not all of this needs to come from new housing. It can come from existing stock. Therefore, is the requirement for the vast majority of new housing to be built in the borough, i.e. all development of all major development, basically, that's what the policy is saying, because it's all 10 dwellings or more, sites of that size, will be required to be M42 compliant, or to meet that requirement. So has there been an assessment of existing stock, and how many, how easy that existing stock can be adapted? I suppose that's my point.
So by 2030, nearly 40% of households will be older people living alone. Sorry. The proportion of older people living alone in Brentwood, yes, will increase from 37% to 38% over the period. So we're not talking about a marginal part of the population here. We're talking about a large proportion of the population. Many households can make the changes. There are some things that are very challenging to make. Some are very easy to make. It is easy to have grab handles around a bath and around a door. It is very challenging to create level access and some of those more embedded changes, and it is to have that flexibility over time. The downstairs WC and that type of thing gives you the flexibility over time. Of course, you can get around that by having a chairlift, but if these things are embedded from the outset, it is only going to be 10% of the housing stock by the end of the plan period. I'm absolutely agree that there are many houses that can be adapted. In the old days, we used to do hideously expensive stock condition surveys, where one would go and survey 1,000 households in each district and send the council an enormous bill at the end of it, which wasn't, those are not done anymore. So we don't know how many houses there are adaptable. Some of them will be.
Okay, thank you. There is also a question, and this may be a question for the other side, so it may be a question for the house building element, is that having houses built to M42, isn't that a good selling point for family housing, for instance, for getting wheelchairs and toddlers and other members of the community, into those houses? So is it such, I suppose, again, I'm playing devil's advocate here, is it such an issue that it would cause, and I suppose the main point is, will it cause viability issues to actually bring that, it's a large proportion of the proposed development that's coming forward. The council is saying it's viable. Is it such an issue that that it's not viable? And I understand the comments, Mr. Cronk, that you've made about that values have increased, but a viability assessment is made at a particular point in time, and not one element can be picked out of it. The whole viability assessment needs to be looked at in terms of considering the different values, because build costs may have gone up, but other aspects may have gone down, or potential aspect. No one element can be picked out. Anything further on? Oh, Mr. Barent, you've got your hand up. Anything further you want to add?
Thank you, Mark. I won't put my camera on because I'm getting a bit glitchy, so I think I might be taking a bit too much bandwidth. So apologies for not
That's
doing
fine.
it with face. Sorry. I think in terms of what Mr. Drummond-Hay has just said, I think it is important to understand what and have a degree of understanding as to the level of the existing households that might be housing stock that might be able to be adapted. And I think it is coming back to that key point in need. I think in terms of the points you've made, Mum, you're right. They will have wider benefits in terms of for families in terms of actually providing an element of space. In terms of viability, it's not the significant cost as it would be in terms of M43 in terms of the wheelchair accessible, but it can be a more significant cost depending on the type of site that could come forward. I think Mr. Drummond-Hay has outlined that it's definitely not Lancashire in Brentwood, and it's not going to have that same level of slope that you might find in certain sites, but it could be there. But our comments really reflect about has the council undertaken a sufficient assessment with regard to the need as required by PPG. Obviously, some of this may be a moot point depending on the government's decisions coming forward in relation to the accessible homes. But it is coming back to that very much that point in PPG in terms of saying, and NPPF, about what is the need and ensuring that it matches that need, that there is a need for the number of homes that are being proposed to be built to this level. Thank you, Mum.
Thank you. Anything? I've got Mr. Stebbing, please.
Thank you, Mum. And I'm not sure if this is quite the right place to make my comment on HPO 1. But obviously HPO1 is, if you like, the corollary of much of what I was saying with regard to HPO4. So if you haven't taken the main thrust of any of my points on HPO4, we have to look to HPO1 to see if it is providing or meeting the need for housing for older persons. And Mr. Drummond-Hay, I think, has tried to suggest to you that it will, in as far as over the course of the plan period, if I've heard him correctly, we may have 10% of the housing stock that meets building regs M4(2) standard. My submission to you is that I think you have to satisfy yourself, is this going far enough to meet what Mr. Drummond-Hay also said to you, is that 38% of households in Brentwood Borough will be older single person households by the end of the plan period. And I won't give you any more statistics, but there are similar increases in those with disability issues, mobility issues, etc. That figure of 38% does certainly in itself mask a number of situations where improved supply and type of provision for older people's housing is required. So my question to you really is, I think you have to satisfy yourself whether HPO1 as drafted with the slight amendments that the council is proposing, does that meet the national policy requirement? I certainly don't think HPO4 does, and I have a question mark over HPO1. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stebbing. Can I move on just to consider the suggested reduction in the threshold for the provision of specialist accommodation and the self-build homes? Now, in relation to self-build and custom-build dwellings, and in your hearing statement, based on the evidence that you've provided on an average annual projection of 40 new entries on the self and custom build register over the planned period, which is that's based on 4 years of evidence, you have estimated that approximately 680 self and custom build dwellings would be needed through demand during the planned period, and you set that out in your evidence. You also say that the approach that you've used is cautious. It's a cautious estimate of the demand that you think may come forward, but obviously that's your best estimate in terms of the calculating that requirement. And you recognise that the 5% provision of 500 dwellings wouldn't bring forward that demand, wouldn't bring enough provision forward to meet that demand. You make that clear in your evidence. So, for instance, the 500 threshold, you would require 16% self-build to come forward to meet the demand, because it would only bring forward around, I don't know if you've done the actual calculation, but it's around sort of the 200, 210 mark, I think, on that. So my first question, I suppose, is the evidence around requiring the self-build and custom build requirements set out in HPO1, is the evidence robust, first of all, and then is the requirement effective in bringing forward enough provision? Because obviously the council has put forward a suggestion, whether we take it on board or not is another factor, that the threshold should go down to 100 to increase the amount of, first of all, the self-build that comes forward, and then also the amount of specialist accommodation and where that fits within it. So I'm not necessarily going to go into the specialist accommodation element again, because I think we've been there and had a look at that. But it's this bit about the self and custom build homes. So I don't know if the council wants to just respond in relation to, or sorry, not the council. I'd like to bring it. I don't know if any participants have any issues in relation to the evidence on which the self and custom build has been brought forward by the council. So the sort of the annual average and the number of 680, etc. Mr. Barrett, please.
Thank you. The only point I would make is that I can't see anywhere in the evidence actually how many homes would come forward anyway in terms of windfall with regard to that self and custom build. Obviously, you would expect there to be a degree of homes coming forward anyway within the borough, in terms of, especially with regard to the base periods that the council are required to address, and to actually what the evidence is that as to how many homes have actually been built to meet address that base level of need that's coming through the self and custom build list. You would expect in the evidence to actually show how many self-build homes have actually been built, and that be a factor in terms of how much is needed going forward. I just couldn't find that evidence, and whether that evidence has been put forward. The other element would be how the council have considered other sources of supply in terms of their own land and other aspects. That, in terms of how many those could come forward, and whether that's been a key part, because obviously PPG suggests there's quite a number of ways, not just through housing policies on strategic sites. So it's those elements of the evidence base that I couldn't find, Mum.
Thank you. Can I have a council response on Mr. Brent's points, please?
Hi, yes, Inspector. So the points in regards to windfall and self-build, we do not have any self-builds that have come forward as windfall that we're aware of at this point. None of those who have registered on the self-build register have put in planning applications for sites to be developed through windfall. So that is why we didn't provide any additional information in regards to that, because we just don't have it.
Thank you. We discussed this element, I think, in delivering parts of site allocations in relation to if the demand doesn't come forward as the council thinks it will in relation to self-build and custom build, because the demand is just not there, then does the policy provide flexibility for developers to use those sites for other forms of housing? Is it necessary? Is that clearly set out within the site allocations themselves and provides that element of flexibility, or is it necessary to provide something in HPO1 to make that clear?
By way of update in terms of what we have at present on the self-build register, we have 206 on the self-build register looking for a home through that mechanism. And based on the plan, we have the calculation comes out to approximately 235 homes.
Yeah.
So we're, based on the register, we're fairly close to what we would be providing. But the policy itself does not provide that flexibility in terms of if there wasn't the need. So that's something that we could amend accordingly.
If you can just have a look at that, it could be that it's perfectly clear within the site allocations. But again, if other sites come forward through HPO1, which would be windfall sites, although it's not likely that large sites would come forward as windfall sites, because obviously it's a Greenbelt Authority. This does relate more to the existing allocations rather than anything else.
Oh, no.
So the justification for reducing the threshold, then, if we can just...
Mum, can I just address the other point about flexibility, just bearing in mind
yes.
the self-build legal requirements, which is
yes.
to actually meet those, meet that particular need. It's a legal requirement. And therefore one has to consider what the requirement might be, not just now as it's assessed, but over the period of the plan itself, and the ability of the plan to accommodate those needs over time. And I would just, when you're thinking about whether or not this should be flexible, just bear in mind the fact that there is a legal duty to meet that need.
Yes, thank you.
I just thought I'd bring that to your attention.
Fully aware there's a legal duty to meet need, but obviously need will change, or demand will
absolutely,
change.
Absolutely.
So it's allowing that element of flexibility so that you're still meeting your legal requirements, but developers aren't absolutely tied down and can't move away from, because what the policy is saying. So
okay, I just thought I'd.
Okay, but thank you for that, Mr. Shadarabian. Can I just clarify the 100? If the threshold was to be moved down to 100, it would only bring in a very small number of additional sites anyway. Is my understanding, because obviously it would only apply to a small number of allocations that would come in, because yes, there may well be windfall sites may well come forward, so it could hit that as well. But in relation to the allocations, it would be a small number. Has that been viability tested?
Yes.
So that it is viable?
Yes, that has. Viability for self-builds have been done for sites of 20 or more.
Okay, thank you. I thought it had, but it's good to get that clarification. Okay. Is there anything further on HPO1 that anybody wishes to raise? No. Can we move on to HPO6, please? Which is the housing standards, or standards for new housing. So I suppose our questions relate to, is there an identified need based on robust evidence for the NDSS standard, so the nationally described space standard, to be applied, and what is that evidence? Because what's set out, what's set out in, or all I'm reading is, there's no reason why we shouldn't apply this, and that's not evidence. So is there particular evidence as to why this is a need for the NDSS for that standard to be applied? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I think it was Miss Pearson, wasn't it, or Ms.
That was me.
Miss Huang.
Yeah. So to confirm, ma'am, there is no specific local evidence to support it. So we rely mainly on the national evidence that the studies that looked into the size, average size of the homes in the UK, and we come to the conclusion that there is no particularly issues in the Brentwood's housing area that would require departure from the national standards. And as such, we consulted on this requirement and carried it forward to the submission plan. But yeah, in short, we don't have a specific local evidence to support it.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, we'll have a look at that and consider whether then the application of the nationally described space standard is appropriate. So we'll have a look at that. Moving on to the external residential space. Now, no specific standards are listed in the policy. So the HPO6 actual title is a bit of a misnomer. It's a bit because it's not a standard. Reference, though, is made in the supporting text, if I've got this right, and please just confirm whether I have. You've got the government's sort of published standards which local authorities could apply. And then you've got reference to the Essex Design Guide, and I think that's made in paragraph 6.50. Now, that's a consideration. I think you make that clear in the plan that it's a consideration. It's not a requirement to comply. So that gives an element of flexibility. Can I just clarify that my reading of that is correct? That it's not a requirement, but it is a something to consider.
You're right, ma'am. That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Does anybody have any queries on that, particularly on the external residential space? Mr. Clues, please.
Thank you, Mum. It was just on reading those policies. One is a practical point about the Essex Design Guide. I wondered whether Brentwood Borough Council are inclined to adopt the Essex Design Guide. I know there are issues around that, but there are different versions of the Essex Design Guide, some of which are adopted as SPDs by councils across Essex, and then we've got the live version, which is an online website. It's an absolutely fantastic design guide. I've got no criticisms about the guide at all, but I'm not sure how this would be applied and whether we're talking about the continually updated live website version of the EDG or whether we're talking about an earlier version adopted by the council. So that's one question. My other question about the external space standards is part B of that, which is about the orientation of amenity space in relation to the sun, and whether that needs to be deleted. The EDG is probably a more pressing point, but it's not trying to be flippant, but the orientation of the sun is fixed always. To say that the amenity space should take account of the orientation of the sun in different times of the year is a bit irrelevant. It's always going to be the same. They may have meant the elevation of the sun, possibly, but even then it doesn't really matter. If they mean that no amenity space should face north, then just say amenity space should not face north. I don't really know how a decision maker would deal with that part of the requirement at all.
Council response?
Yes, ma'am. In terms of the Essex Design Guide, you're right that the guide was endorsed across Essex boroughs. In terms of the Brentwood Borough Council, we haven't adopted this. However, we endorse it. The reasons why we haven't adopted it as an SPD is because it's developed for the whole Essex wide, so that it allows some sort of flexibility. But for local consideration, it would need to go into a more detailed levels to take into account the context of each borough. For example, Brentwood would be very different than Southend or Malden, that sort of thing. And we have developed our own design guide for the town centre as the starting point. So Essex Design Guide is referred in the supporting text as some guidance there that is available to refer to. However, at the planning application process, it would have to take into account the context and the appearance, characters of the locality that the development is located within. In terms of your comments on the orientation and design consideration of amenity space, I agree that this is covered by the design policy, and we have provided a note on the design policies and the amendments that we are proposing. So I think some elements of these can be taken out of the policy. If that's if you allow us, and if you could consider that's appropriate to do so, we're happy to go back and take out the elements that were duplicated, ma'am.
Thank you for that offer. I think that was going to be my next point. Is taking on board about the internal residential space and whether we actually feel that is justified or not. What is the point of the policy, I suppose, is my point, when elements are already covered by other policies within the plan. Obviously, we're not making a decision on whether Part A should be deleted yet. We will have a consideration of what we've heard and look at the comments that are before us before we make a decision on that, and then we will give direction, but we're not going to give direction today. But I'm just trying to understand what it is. If these are standards for new housing, what are the actual standards? And why does it need to specify certain aspects if it's covered elsewhere? So, and I know that the council is proposing to delete the housing quality C and D element because that's covered by other, either it's not effective or it's covered by other policies. And then is E and F necessary? E isn't necessary.
No, it's not.
That's not saying anything. And then compliance with the criteria. Well, again, is that necessary?
Ma'am, could I express apologies?
Sorry, yes, Mr. Shadravian.
Apologies. I think you're right, actually. But I can offer you my view about this. Certainly C through to F are not required. So far as B is concerned, those are matters which have been addressed in other policies, and certainly in redrafting certain of the other policies, these matters have been taken up. But we will make sure that is the case. And in our review, we will take this policy into account and the elements coming up under B to make sure that they are covered elsewhere. And if there's anything in B that is not covered elsewhere, that the corresponding policy, which contains most of it, will actually include that additional bit as well.
I think that'd be very useful. Thank you.
So then the only thing for consideration, therefore, in relation to this policy is whether or not we need the internal residential space requirement to set out in A.
Yeah, thank you.
And again, that's something which probably could be taken up by adding to another existing policy when it comes to design and placemaking.
Yes. Thank you. Obviously, we will give direction on that anyway.
Yes. So once you've come to view about
whether that should be there or not, whether it's justified. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shadravian. Mr. Clues, did you want to come in?
I did. Thank you again. There was just to quickly recap on that. I do agree. I think part B of B could also be removed. I think that was just agreed. In regards to the Essex Design Guide, my understanding was not that it couldn't be adopted because it was an Essex-wide design guide. It was because it's a live document, and therefore it's very difficult for a council to adopt it and accept that any changes that may happen to that document would then become policy. That was my understanding. That might not be the reason why Brentwood Borough Council not adopted, but that was my understanding. Therefore, I wonder if the Essex Design Guide is going to still appear in this policy, and it may not, then it needs to be referred to as either the latest EDG or the current EDG, something along those lines, because there are historic versions of it which are still in use by other authorities. One other point, I imagine Mr. Drang will probably want to come in on the EDG as well. It might be an irrelevant point, but the national described space standards, within the standards themselves, they are described as minimums. But as the policy is written, I wondered if it might be misconstrued that if you over provide on space, that you could be non-compliant with the policy. As I say, I don't think it's necessary because the standards themselves are very clear that they're minimums. But I wondered if it need to be explicit in the policy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Drain, please.
Thank you, Inspector. If I may just come back, thank you, Mr. Clues. In terms of expanding on that, I think you're right in terms of your understanding of the online version of the Essex Design Guide. So I think that's a helpful suggestion that perhaps we review that in terms of if that is to remain in the policy, how that is reflected, because of course it's something that we support. It's an online design guidance that can change over time, and whilst would have input into that, it's the degree to which we reference that. So I think that's a helpful suggestion. The comments also made in terms of trying to be more locally specific are relevant, but obviously not necessarily relevant to the point that you've made about the way in which it's referred to in this policy. So that's just where we're trying to be more locally specific when it comes to locations such as Brentwood Town Centre and Dunton Hills Garden Village. But of course, the Essex Design Guide sets principles under which we'd be supportive.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll have a look at that. Anything, any further comments on policy HPO 6 that anybody wants to raise? Can we then come to the final two policies, which is HPO 2 and then HPO 3. So no changes are put forward by, or suggested changes are put forward by the council on these, I don't think. No.
No, they're not, Mark.
No, they're not. Okay. Are there any comments on HPO 2 that anybody wants to raise in relation to protecting existing housing stock? Mr. Clues, please.
Thank you, Mark. This didn't actually form part of our submissions. This is just a more recent comment, if you like. HPO 2 appears to concern, or mostly concern, change of use, whereas I think the more likely situation where this might arise, where you end up with fewer units replacing existing residential units, other than change of use, might be with estate renewal. And I wonder if, given the other design choices about garden sizes, property types, character of the area, etc., whether actually this policy could be misread. If you came to a situation where you were having estate renewal and maybe it did end up with fewer units across the site than were originally proposed, but they were better, which does happen. I'm not aware of any situations in Brentwood where that might be relevant, but certainly other districts across Essex I am aware of. And I wondered if just this policy could be misread and misapplied as actually resisting that sort of redevelopment, when actually it seems to be mostly concerning change of use of existing buildings. One other very simple point is that also the demolition of a building is permitted development. So I don't know if it could resist the loss of a building that's in residential use in any case.
Councillor, response, please.
Well, the policy applies not just to change of use, but to prospective redevelopment. That's quite clear. And were a proposal to come forward for estate renewal, I can't think of anything in Brentwood that would require that approach. Then it would be considered on its own merits. And there's no reason to believe at this stage that it would necessarily involve a reduction in the number of units. So the policy is perfectly functional and effective as it is. It doesn't need to be changed.
Except potentially in point B, where it's that issue about establishing local need, because the SHMA is referenced, and it may not be the most up-to-date SHMA that provides that housing need. It could be other evidence.
Sorry, Mum. Excuse me. Yes, that's correct. We'll take out the reference to the SHMA as we've done in HPO 1. So we would take that out and put a reference in it to the most up-to-date information available.
If you can, then we'll then look at the suggested changes and then see whether any other changes are necessary as to the comments that have been made by Mr. Clues.
Okay, so, thank you.
Thank you for that. Can we move on then to the final policy, which is the housing density one? I suppose just a couple of questions here is about the efficacy of the actual policy and what it's trying to achieve, particularly as the allocations set different densities, although those are around figures that are set, which then sort of sets those densities. So obviously they are open to an element of flexibility in those allocations. So my first point of question is how what exactly is this policy trying to achieve in relation to sites that may come forward, how it will be utilised for the allocations that are in the plan, and then what exactly does special character, which is set out in criterion B, mean? Because other references have been made about, and we've had discussions on specific site allocations about the character of the local area, but we haven't really had a discussion about special character, which obviously appears to me to be a notch higher than taking on board the character of the area. So I'm just trying to understand what, I fully understand that there is a residential density policy, but in reality, is the plan actually achieving this?
Just dealing with the allocations, it's not intended, as it were, to be read alongside the allocations, which have specific numbers in them.
But could it be?
That's the issue. I said it's not intended to be. So in order to make that clear, one would need to put in words to that effect, which is easily done. This policy is intended really to deal with sites that come forward which are not allocated. And the reference to special character should be the character. So with the omission of that word and the addition of a couple of words to make it clear that it is that it doesn't affect allocations where housing numbers are identified, that should then prevent any potential confusion in the future.
Yes, and obviously, and C, if you can amend that, because some of those policies have now gone.
Yes, indeed.
Potentially have been suggested as deletions, I should say.
Yes.
No decisions have been made yet.
No.
If you
well,
can
we'll keep an eye on that one, just to make
sure that that's consistent.
Yes.
And then just a final point as to why in paragraph 6.21 is a particular residential area highlighted for this policy. Why is that justification text for this policy? So it's the Hutton Mount is a residential area, and there's a lot of information about that, but there is nothing in the policy about it.
Can you do it?
Thank you, Inspector. If I come in on that one, this is a particular reference to an area that at the moment in the existing Brentwood local plan has specific reference on the basis of historic requirement to bear in mind when applications are made in the Hutton Mount area. And this was a request by members to include something within the text of the document to refer back to that quality. However, we're mindful that there's no specific policy reference to it. And indeed, members did not request that a specific policy be made. I think this is trying to retain some form of reference to that, but I'm mindful of the issue whereby it's not reflected in policy.
Okay. Okay. Well, as it doesn't justify the policy, then it shouldn't be there, because there is no reason for it to be there. So
that's correct. That's correct.
It's otherwise it actually confuses the policy, or could be read. The policy could be read in a different way because of the justification text. So, so if you can have a look at that, I'd appreciate that. Mr. Clues, please.
Thank you, Ma'am. Thank you. You've picked up on our points and our questions very, very, very clearly, actually. And I fear I may be repeating exactly what you've just said yourself. I'm not sure what this policy does. I don't think, for a start, that the paragraphs, the supporting paragraphs, actually suggest that this doesn't relate to the allocations. In fact, I would suggest that it probably reads as though it does relate to all sites identified in the plan. And paragraph 6.22, right at the end of that, probably it doesn't say it explicitly, but I think you could easily read it as saying that the council have come to this judgment based on not encroaching on the Greenbelt any further. So clearly the Greenbelt releases are a part of this proposed density. So I'm not convinced that a decision maker would not look at HP03 in relation to allocated sites and would only look at them in relation to proposed sites, in which case your point about the special character is very clear. Which special characteristics are we honing in on? And if there are special characteristics, and if we delete the word special, there is a character to certain areas that will affect the density in certain locations, then how can we be absolutely clear that the trajectory is correct? Because clearly this policy allows the density, or requires in fact the density, to be lower where it is not justified because of the character of the local area. So it's very hard to be clear on what the density and therefore the number of units that's going to be delivered actually would be. I'm not convinced that the response of the council that this only relates to sites that aren't allocated already really holds. There's one other minor point is in paragraph 6.18. It states that land in Brentwood is scarce. I would suggest that's not really true. There's a huge amount of land in Brentwood. Okay, land that's suitable for development, you could possibly make an argument for that, but that's a policy judgment. But I'd hardly say that land in Brentwood is scarce. I just wonder if that phrase just needs to come out, because it gives a narrative that isn't really correct.
Yes, I mean, you can argue there land is scarce outside of the Greenbelt. That's not covered by Greenbelt, but you're absolutely right. The use of that word isn't correct. Mr. Shadoravian did. This is a question to you, Mr. Clues. Mr. Shadoravian did make the point that the policy could be amended potentially to ensure that it only applied to non-allocated sites. So it would only be windfall sites basically that would come forward. Do you have any comments on that suggestion?
It wasn't the answer I expected, so I hadn't given it. I'm only just thinking it through now, but I wonder what the purpose of the policy is if it only concerns non-allocated sites, because we should have done a fairly exhaustive search about where they might be. Where we're talking about these sorts of densities, we should already know approximately where those would be. If it didn't refer to if it referred only to unallocated sites, then I can see some value in the policy, but that wasn't how we were reading it, and it was more about how this policy has influenced the trajectory and how we know that the development is going to come forward. I think it would need to be explicit that, particularly that section B where it says about potentially having a different density because of the special character of an area. And as you say, the only special character that's mentioned is Hutton Mount at the moment. If it relates to the character of an area, that is an irrelevant point for any allocated sites. And this isn't a policy that will be taken into account for any allocated site, which is a hard policy to write.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Yes, I think having the density policy in there is not necessarily a soundness issue. It's the wording within it that's a soundness issue. But it does come down to the relevance of the policy and what it's actually trying to achieve, really. So I know the council, Mr. Shadoravian, you're going to have a look at that in terms of necessary changes.
Yeah. Yes, I'll do that, Ma'am. But as the changes I've suggested will deal with the issues.
And obviously take on board the comments that have been made about the supporting text as well.
Yes, of course. Of course, we're dealing with land outside the green belt, which is scarce.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments on policy HPO3 that anybody wants to raise? No. Then thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You've given us some food for thought. This afternoon, we are moving on to the actual housing supply in relation to and having a look at the trajectory, but not site-specific matters, which we've already highlighted. But just going through that and the 5-year housing land supply, etc. So thank you very much for this morning's session. Do really appreciate your time and your contributions that you've made. If everybody can be back, you can leave your, you don't have to leave and then rejoin. It's the same session. So you can just leave everything on if you wish, as long as you turn off your camera and your microphone as you leave, and then you can just come back in, or you can leave entirely and then just rejoin if you wish after lunch. If we can be back at 2 o'clock, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to this afternoon's session on housing. I will lead the next part of this session, but Mrs. Wright will join in and we'll also have some questions. Can we start by looking at the housing trajectory? Before we do that, I don't want any discussion on emission sites. I also am not intending to discuss the principle of the housing requirement. We did discuss that position in December. And also anything that we might say today in terms of any particular sites does not in any way prejudice our decision on them. So just because we may ask questions or may have some comments on a particular site does not mean that we have accepted that the site should be allocated. So just to put that into context. I do intend to refer heavily to the council's F91 document, which the council's helpfully put together at our request, which is effectively a collation of all the positions regarding statement of common ground that have been made during the course of the examination to date, plus some information about 5-year supply, and also relating that to the particular provisions of the framework at our request. So that's some helpful information that we will refer to when we come on to that. It is also worth for people taking part in this session that we're going to refer to the framework, and we're also going to refer to the housing and delivery guidance, PPG. So it's useful, and no doubt people will refer us to that anyway. I'm waiting for Mr. Hollingworth. Is he joining us now, Annette, via the telephone?
I've asked him to join on the mobile. He's not replied back to me, and he hasn't entered the meeting as yet. But if it's all right with you, Inspector, as he attends, I'll let him join.
Thank you. And so what I'm planning to do today is look at the housing supply position in terms of the plan period, look at it in terms of 5-year supply, look at it in terms of 10-year supply, and then want to pick up an issue about the stepped trajectory, which I know we've discussed before, but I just want to go back to that in light of the information before us and have a discussion about that. Right, Mr. Clues had his hand up, he's taking it down. Thank you. Thank you. So can we turn to the trajectory as it affects the plan period? And I think the most helpful position is in an updated 4.2 of F9, is it 91, F81, is it? In respect of the council's most recent paper, which sets out the position. And I'd be grateful if your council could just help to clarify that is the position in respect of the planned period, that there is not sufficient provision to meet the housing requirement over the whole planned period as identified in the trajectory.
Thank you, Inspector. So yes, in terms of the, I think it was F9. Oh, sorry, F81. I was saying F91.
Yes, I was looking at that as well.
Yeah. So in terms of the that document, obviously updates what we've previously published, and under paragraph 3 of that figure 4.2 from the plan has been updated based on the figures that we've been discussing through the site allocation sessions, and so obviously that's a cumulative total of where those requirements have come from.
So yeah, obviously the plan requirement, as we set out in the week 1 session, was 456 dwellings per annum over the plan period of 17 years, originally from 2016. That would be 7,752. Set out in the updated table, there is a number there of 7,407. So yes, that is obviously as set out, short of what the original requirement is set out in the plan. And then what is the council's position in respect of that being sound? How does the council wish to consider us to consider
unknown participant is now joining?
Apologies, Inspector. I'm just inviting Mr. Elliott in by phone. He's having troubles connecting.
Okay. So apologies, I've sort of lost my train of thought there. Could you repeat the question? Sorry. Yes, of course, Mr. Coulter. Yes. I was asking that with there being a deficit over the 17-year in the order of around 345 or something like that. Yeah, I think that then what is the council's position in terms of that supply situation being sound? And I know the council has referred to an early review of the plan. Mm-hmm. But can the council just outline to us what in the light of this most recent information in the paper is its position now in respect to the soundness of the plan over the plan period? Of course, yeah. So I think as we demonstrated or set out, in one of the previous
unknown participant is now joining.
Oh, another one. Set out in the previous hearing statements for Dunton Hills in terms of G6A, when we had obviously the reflection of the update to the trajectory for Dunton Hills, and then I think in paragraphs 83 and 84 of that paper, we then set out what the impact would be upon the total provision for the plan. Now, clearly, obviously, since the updated F81 document, those numbers in themselves have been superseded. But in terms of going through that, I think the same points still apply, whereby obviously from our position over the sort of 10-year period post anticipated adoption in the 2021-22 period, that by the end of that 10-year period, against the annual housing requirement of 456 dwellings per annum, that we would still be short, but only by 57 dwellings based on that anticipated requirement. And then in terms of the final 2 years of the plan is where the majority of that shortfall originate or comes from. So from our position, we feel that by that particular point in time that the early review of the plan would be able to address those issues by obviously reviewing where additional supply could come from to meet that requirement at the end of the plan period. So I think that would still maintain that position based on what we've previously set out in the hearing statement mentioned. So in taking a position, presumably that with respect to the frameworks guidance about setting the defining the sites for the first 10 years of the plan post-adoption, the council acknowledges that there is a shortfall of 57. Yes, as set out in terms of the numbers as they stand at the moment. And obviously that's not as significant as the 350 or 340, whatever the figure for the 17-year. Yeah. But it's still a shortfall. Yes, obviously based on the numbers as presented.
So if I could just come in there, if I may.
Please.
Having regard to paragraph 67 of the MPPF, which I know you know very well, but just to remind ourselves, it requires specific deliverable sites for years 1 to 5 of the plan period, and specific developable sites or broad locations for growth for 6 years, for years 6 to 10, and where possible for years 11 to 15. So in context, the shortfall towards the end of the plan period, i.e. years 11 to 15, we would suggest to you that the shortfall is not material to the issue of soundness here, having regard to the requirements of the NPPF, and that the 6 to 10 year shortfall is very insignificant in the context of the overall supply requirement. But that in any event, an early review would be able to cure that quite easily before we get to the end of the 10-year period. That's essentially our position.
Thank you. And what would be, we did discuss the issue about Greenbelt, but there is also a requirement in the framework that Greenbelt boundaries should not need to be altered at the end of the plan period. Clearly on a review, would it not be the case that Greenbelt boundaries would have to be altered as part of that review, given the nature of the potential available sites that have already been considered as part of this plan?
2 points there, I think. First of all, not all of the allocated sites boundaries would need to be reviewed. There'd be a question of finding new sites to meet need. And whatever action is taken, and of course there is a duty to keep plans under review, whatever decision is taken in relation to whether or not, for example, the plan, the examination is suspended pending the identification of new sites, or the review identifies further sites, inevitably, in order to accommodate further need, there's going to be a need to identify further greenbelt land for housing, because there is no brownfield land available to meet that need. So yes, although there is a requirement to have long-term boundaries, in the main and in relation to the main allocations, that's not likely to change. It could mean that some of the allocations might be extended. One doesn't know yet, because one doesn't know whether or not that approach will be suitable. But in whatever action one takes, one has to find new green belt allocations in due course to meet the identified shortfalls. It's in the nature of boroughs like this, which are constrained very, very substantially by greenbelt, that greenbelt boundaries will need to alter at some stage. And that might come about through the normal process of keeping plans under review.
And what would you say to those who would say that, well, why not do that now and ensure that there is sufficient provision to plan all the way through to the end of the plan period?
Well, it would mean, probably mean a delay in delivery, because the later adoption of the plan would mean that proposals could only come forward on the basis of very special circumstances. And as we know, the need for housing on its own does not constitute very special circumstances. That's made quite clear by central government. So it would delay matters, it would exacerbate supply, and exacerbate the need issue. And that is not a good outcome for the borough or its inhabitants.
Thank you. What I want to do, I want to go back to look at 5-year supply and then work our way back up to look at 10-year and total plan period supply. Before I do that, does anybody have any points in relation to what's just been said? We will come back to we'll work our way back up to planned period supply. Mr. Stebbing, Mr. Stebbing, I think first, and Mr. Clues.
Thank you, sir. It's a very brief point, but just these opening remarks are revealing certainly something I've made at earlier stages, that there is no flexibility apparent in supply over what effectively is 1 to 10. And I don't believe that you can endorse that position, sir. That's my simple, broad remark in relation to those first few remarks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clues.
Thank you, sir. I'm not sure that the council's response in some ways is welcome, because we also agree that a Greenbelt review would be necessary under any review, any immediate review to identify additional land for housing. But I just wondered if, in the context of paragraph 35, part A, and paragraph 22, which is to prepare a plan over 15 years, that really the sections regarding identifying deliverable and suitable sites really sits comfortably with those other requirements on the plan to prepare a plan which does meet the full objectively assessed need, and that's simply a question to leave there. It's not about one paragraph of the NPPF. It's about the entirety of it.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, sir. Really, to endorse what Mr. Stebbings and Mr. Clues have just said, the issue here is that we're planning a trajectory that doesn't meet the local housing need, and if anything were to fall out of that trajectory, we'll be even further behind during the remaining plan period. I think, as we've said in relation to other matters, the concern then is that there's really very little resilience and very little contingency or flexibility in the plan and the trajectory. And I appreciate we've had a number of trajectories during the course of the examination, and we're still in this position. The total supply doesn't meet the need. There's no contingency, no flexibility to adjust that. And we're being told that the best thing to do is to effectively push it forward to another day, another plan review. So I'm struggling to see how you can find this sound as proposed at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Ireland.
Thank you. I suppose, first of all, I'd just like to endorse those points which relate to matters that we raised. I think the other relevant question here is that the last few months have provided quite clear evidence of essentially slippage with a number of sites. If we look at the trajectory that's before us now, there are quite a range of sites that have moved backwards in the trajectory over a number of years in some cases, over the course of a matter of months, and that highlights, I think, the core issue here about well things do and have indeed in this instance changed over time, in terms of the time periods for delivery in some cases. And in some cases, the numbers, and that's why a level of flexibility is needed in these terms. And yes, there's an issue in respect of Greenbelt, but we did refer to the Crompton Parish and Guildford legal case within our matters statement, which does set out that exceptional circumstances are justifiable to provide for a headroom for slippage and flexibility in order to ensure that a rolling file is maintained. So there isn't a conflict with looking at that issue and Greenbelt per se in these terms. I think those are important points. The other factor is simply looking at the time it's taken to get this plan in place. And so the last the last up-to-date plan here was 15 years or so ago, and had a plan period that ended in 2011. And so I think that there are questions about leaving the issue to a future review and the timescales that might be associated with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ireland. Your hand is still up, Mr. Ireland. Thank you. Can I turn to, and let's go and look at the 5-year supply, because the framework requires there to be a 5-year supply on adoption of the plan. The council has updated its 5-year supply calculation in F81 and is now indicating that it has a 5.51 year supply.
Hello? Unknown participant is now joining.
I don't know what's going on, Annette.
Sorry, Inspector, I've had 3 people have problems this afternoon, Mr. Cronk, Mr. Elliott and Mr. Hollingworth. Mr. Hollingworth came in and then dropped out. I'm going to try and get him back in again on his mobile. Mr. Elliott is in on his mobile, and that was Mr. Cronk just joining on his mobile. So I'll just do Mr. Hollingworth, and then we should have everyone sorted, and just ask them to remain using their mobile phones for connection.
And just how would those people on their phones, they can't raise their hand, how would I know that they wish to speak?
I believe on their if it is an iPhone, I believe on the iPhone, if you press the screen, you get 3 dots up, and one of the functions is to unmute yourself and hands up. I'm not sure if that's the same on the other phone systems. That's as much as I know on the system, I'm afraid.
Okay. Thank you. So if anybody's listening on the phone, then I hope you heard what Annette said. But if there is some difficulty, then if all else fails, then please let Annette know that you'd like to ask a question, and Annette can let me know, and hopefully we can bring you in. Thank you. So, Mr. Coulter, I'm sorry. We were asking about the 5-year supply position. So the 5-year supply position as it stands now, in the light of the statements of common ground, etc., would be as set out in paragraph 2 of F81, which indicates that there is a 5.51 years supply. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
So can we just look at that 5-year supply? And I'm conscious that we're looking at, we've been through every site. So I'm not wanting to go through each individual
Unknown
site.
participant is now joining.
I'm not wanting to go through each individual site again. There are some sites that, as inspectors, we've got some questions about in respect of whether they should be included in the 5-year supply, and if they are, their contribution in terms of numbers to the 5-year supply. So what we're planning to do is just pick up a few of those as we go through. Mr. Ireland has his hand up.
Thank you, sir. It's just a quick upfront point regarding the table in F81. So that's table 1, and that's that we don't. I don't think it includes a shortfall in historical delivery over the plan period to date, which there is one. And therefore, I think as a starting point, that probably overstates the position. Now, there's obviously different ways of addressing a shortfall, but either way, I think that would reduce what that starting point position is from the calculation that's set out.
The starting point of the 5-year supply?
Yes, so the table 1 within F81
yeah.
Includes the housing requirement looking forwards, a 20% buffer and then assesses the supply against that.
Yes.
But my understanding is that because the plan period started in 2016, there is a historical shortfall in delivery that should also be counted within the calculation of that base requirement.
Mr. Coulter, are you able to help us out here?
Yep, thank you, Inspector. In terms of my understanding, I'm happy to be corrected, is in terms of the historic shortfall. Obviously, when we're talking about the calculation of 5 years supply, the housing delivery test obviously does account for historic under-delivery, and hence the reason why we've added the 20% buffer. So in effect, by adding an additional amount on top of that, you'll be double counting. But I think obviously we do understand in terms of what the PPG talks about in terms of the Sedgefield approach. Obviously, from reading that paragraph from the PPG, where it obviously asks the question about how can past shortfalls in housing completions against plan requirements be addressed. It's obviously sort of going down partway through that paragraph. It says where the standard method for assessing local housing need is used as a starting point to inform the plan requirement for housing. Step 2 of the standard method factors in past under delivery rates as part of the affordability ratio. So there's no requirement to specifically address under delivery separately when establishing the minimum annual housing need figure. So obviously from our position, we're obviously calculating the 5 year supply. We do understand obviously we've got a start date of 2016, obviously going up to this point, that there's obviously that requirement is over the whole plan period of 456 over the plan period, that we would be effectively covering that requirement in any case. So obviously the difference between 5 year calculation and obviously the actual overall plan requirement is that's probably where the difference lies, I think. But from our position, I think the 20% is still appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Coulter. I've got some other hands up, but I miss Mr. Ireland. I'll invite Mr. Ireland to come back on that point, and then I'll bring in the other participants. Mr. Ireland.
Thank you. Yes, this sir isn't to be fair a discussion about the appropriate buffer, as Mr. Quilt has just suggested, but is about the inclusion of a shortfall within the calculation of the requirement, and that, sir, I think it simply has to be the case, because if you're not doing that, you're not addressing what is a shortfall based on, I think, the council's figures of 1,226 over the plan period. So we do need to include the shortfall. Obviously, we're assessing the requirement against the requirement in the plan, which is for a plan period which started in 2016. And therefore, there is a shortfall which has arisen, 1,226, over the period from 2016 to 2021. That needs to be addressed moving forwards, and therefore should be factored into that calculation.
And that's not met by the 20% buffer, which Mr. Coulter has added on because of the housing delivery test requirement.
No, the 20% buffer is essentially one around supply side flexibility, and that's a separate issue from the inclusion of a shortfall in the calculation of the requirement for 5 year land supply purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Ireland. Now we'll come back to that point. I just got a number of hands up, so I'm expecting that these relate to the same issue. But I'm just going to ask Annette, because Annette, have you got people who wish to come in on the phone?
Yes, I've got Mr. Elliott from Hallam Land who'd wish to speak. He's obviously content to wait his turn, or he can speak now, whatever you wish.
Well, let's bring him in now, Mr. Elliott.
He needs to unmute himself. Are you able to do that, Mr. Elliott? If perhaps
not
if
working,
yeah.
I'll move on to Mr. Clues while Mr. Elliott gets himself sorted out. Mr. Clues, please.
Thank you, sir. I feel Mr. Ireland brings up a very pertinent point, and it could be that, technically speaking, the council are correct that adding on the 20% buffer accounts for the persistent undersupply, as far as the NPPF is worded. Unfortunately, in this case, because we're already 5 years into the plan, that persistent undersupply is some 1,226 dwellings, which is about 2.5 times the annual supply, and not 1 times, which is sorry, one year's worth. It's actually more like 2.5 years worth of undersupply already built into the delivery rates. So, particularly in light of what the council published last night in regards to the overall delivery rate, that undersupply that already exists from the first 5 years of the plan, which is where we're at now, actually persists throughout the plan now, right until those 17 years are extinguished. And as I say, I believe the council are correct in the way that they've calculated the housing need, because that's the way the NPPF requires it to be done. But there must be a question mark over the scale of that shortfall that's already built into and baked into this plan.
Thank you, Mr. Clues. Mr. Berent, please, and then Mr. Taylor.
Thanks, sir. I fully agree with what Mr. Ireland and Mr. Clues have just said, but also just to refer you to PPG and paragraph 68022, which is about how the buffer should be applied. And it said the should always add an appropriate buffer applied to the requirement in the first 5 years, including any shortfall. So it's actually
unknown participant is now exiting.
So the buffer is added to once the shortfall is included in that 5 year supply. So it is an essential element of that calculation moving forward, and one that surprised not to have seen included within the council's assessment with regard to that. So no, thoroughly agree with Mr. Clues and Mr. Ireland on that point.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, sir. Not to detain further, but to say agree entirely with previous comments. The shortfall exists and needs to be dealt with within the plan period. Thank you.
I think the position from the council is that the shortfall will be dealt with in the plan period, but the way they've applied the calculation of the 5 year supply is apply the housing delivery test.
Unknown participant is now joining.
The 5 year supply. Mr. Annette, is Mr. Elliott?
Mr. Elliott should now be free to talk. Mr. Elliott?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Can hear you clearly, thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Apologies for all of that, I don't quite know what's going on here. I just wanted to really reiterate what Mr. Ireland and others have said in terms of the 5 year housing land supply. The PPG is very clear that you have a shortfall, which is what has happened over preceding years of the plan period, and that needs to be added to the requirement. I think what Mr. Quilter is referring to is when we are outside of a 5 year period without a review, and we're using the LHSM without the interrogation that would have happened through an EIP, at which point it is assumed that the affordability ratio takes into account any shortfall that's happened to that point. So I can see where it's coming from, but that does not apply when we're talking housing requirements. And here we are using the LHSM as the housing requirement. So it's a housing requirement bit that we need to consider, at which point we have to add that shortfall fundamentally, and then we have to add the buffer as informed by the HDT. Now, the table that I suggested I bring in to your colleague this morning, I've done the maths and I've had a look at how the 5 year housing land supply is now. Once you take that undersupply into account, and we're currently looking at 3.65 years only. And I've projected that forward as well, looking at excuse me, this is purely on Brentwood's delivery and Brentwood's requirements, so no adjustments from what Housing Trajectory, as published yesterday, suggests. And I cannot see a single year where they can actually demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. The highest gets up to 4.66 in 2026-27. But overall, it's all very low, and it is entirely due to that undersupply issue. So it's absolutely fundamental that is taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Mr. Coulter.
Thank you, Inspector. So yeah, I think obviously from the point of view in terms of the plan requirement, obviously, as I say, it's still the case. Obviously, we're talking about 456 dwellings per annum over the plan period, which would be 7,752. So I'll refer back to the figures I talked about at the beginning of this session, where we talked about by year 10, after the point of adoption, we'd be 57 short. Now that is accounting for under provision in the early parts of the plan period. So that 50, I appreciate it's still under, but obviously we are talking about at that point the undersupply would be dealt with. So that's one point. In terms of the issues, obviously regarding so the 1,226 being short up until the point, you understand that the calculation is the same as what I've come out with up until 2020, 2021. So that obviously, if you're looking at the Sedgefield approach, you'd apply that to the 5-year period in terms of dealing with that 1,226 in whole in that 5-year period. That would amount to, I think it's around 700 dwellings per annum as part of the calculations, inclusive of the 20% buffer. I may be wrong on a few numbers there, but that's roughly the numbers. But in terms of, obviously, if we're looking at it over the whole plan period, if it was looking at, I know the Liverpool method is not necessarily advocated within in the PPG, but if you are dealing with that undersupply over the plan period, that number I referred to into the 57 short would obviously be the point that we'd get to where that undersupply is being dealt with. I may be incorrect and happy to be corrected, but what Mr. Elliott just said in terms of it being that much short by 26, 27, I'm not sure if that is inclusive of using the 700 odd dwelling per annum at all. But I think from the calculations I've done, it would be obviously we need to look at those in more detail, but I think it would still be slightly more. It'd be better than what's been set out, I think, based on what you said.
Thank you. Mr. Berent and then Mr. Stebbing, please.
Thank you, sir. Just in terms of what Mr. Quilter just said then, yes, the council's, my understanding the council position is using the Liverpool approach, which isn't advocated at all in PPG. It does say that the shortfall should be addressed within 5 years from adoption. So therefore, on adoption of this plan, the plan would be automatically unsound because it'd be automatically out of date because it won't have a 5-year land supply. And I think it's important to address that. Using the Sedgefield method. So we need to have more sites earlier in the plan to be able to deliver that. I think in terms of Mr. Elliott's figures, I did the same thing this morning and came out with very similar figures. With regard to the Sedgefield, the council cannot show a 5-year land supply in any of the years moving forward. Again, happy to provide those figures on our understanding, but that is using the Sedgefield, which is the method required by PPG. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Berent. Mr. Stebbing, please.
Essentially, just to agree with Mr. Berent's last comments, I've done quick calculations on Appendix 1, and I could not get to a 5-year supply, sir.
Ms. Feeney? You're on mute, Annette, sorry.
I've got Mr. Elliott from Hallam Land wishing to speak, please.
Thank you. Mr. Elliott.
Thank you. Can you hear me again, just to make sure?
Absolutely, yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, I just wanted to come back on the Liverpool point. I wasn't suggesting Liverpool as a method at all. I purely based it on the 456 per annum straight trajectory using the data that the council has provided so far. And indeed, I've also factored in the assumption that the housing delivery test improves from 2023 onwards, and we drop down to a 5% buffer because that's what the data is suggesting. So even taking that into account, we're still not getting to a 5-year housing and supply situation any time during the plan itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Thank you. Mr. Coulter, are you able to respond to those points that have been made about the shortfall, about the way the shortfall should be assessed and calculated?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the details of the points, I think obviously need to have sight of those to be able to look at them in detail. In terms of the our position still would be that we have obviously we're setting out with regards to the 5-year supply that we're accounting for 20% buffer in terms of against the 456. Understanding the point about the historic shortfall needs being dealt with. Obviously, that would increase significantly in terms of the 5-year the amount of supply that would need to come forward in terms of that period. Obviously, clearly, yes, based on the numbers that have been set out, that would be short on that side of things. But I think in terms of the overall plan in itself, it is looking to meet those needs as much as it can do. Obviously, what is set out in terms of the first 10 years. Of trying to meet the supply, obviously inclusive of shortfall, notwithstanding the points around Sedgefield and Liverpool methods.
Thank you. Would it be something that the council could provide to us? What the 5-year position might be, taking account of that shortfall?
Yeah, we can look at that, sir, and provide a note on that. When would you like it by?
How long will it take you to produce it?
Not very long, but I'd like to have a look at it as well. So we could produce it, I expect, for next week. Would that be acceptable?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shardavian. Okay, thank you. Are there any more points on that issue about the principles of calculating the 5-year supply? No. Right. Can I just move on and look at some of the sites that are set out as being within the 5-year supply, and looking at the issue about sites that are deliverable. I don't want to go through every site, and indeed as inspectors we don't have many questions about some of the sites in terms of the likely trajectory, but we should just pick up a small number and just have a look at West Horndon. We've discussed West Horndon, and we've discussed the trajectory, and we have seen and discussed the Statement of Common Ground with Hermes. But we've got some questions about the lead-in time to West Horndon that we would like to just ask some further questions about, because at the moment it's down as starting in year 24-25, and with a delivery of 80 and then 75 in the following year. Now, in relation to the tests in the framework about what's the criteria for including sites within the 5-year supply, one of the key issues is the site has to be available now. And the site at West Horndon, the majority of the site is in industrial use now. We did discuss the issue about an adjacent field, but I think that was a fairly small number of homes could be built on that field. But I'm just wanting, therefore, the council's view on West Horndon, particularly in relation to it being available now, which is in industrial state, in existing use. There are some access issues to be resolved before the site could be opened up. Mr. Quilter.
Yes, thank you, Inspector. So yes, in terms of just obviously referring back to where we discussed the site previously, and also in terms of the Hermes statement that obviously sets out the trajectory they've agreed is suitable for the site, and then also as part of that they've explained briefly in terms of obviously the fact that the leases of the site have been managed to enable the delivery of site in that manner. So the understanding on that basis is the fact that the site is available now, obviously in terms of the ability for that to come forwards. That the site leases have been managed on the basis of being short-term leases that can be executed when obviously they get through the planning process, as we've outlined in the 5-year supply or the Appendix 2. So yeah, from that position, the site is considered to be deliverable within the 5-year period. The point regarding the access for the site, there's been extensive discussions relating not only to that but the site as a whole, and they've been held jointly between the two main landowners, Hermes and the Kroll Group. The Kroll Group controlling the land to the north of the station entrance, and obviously Hermes controlling the rest of the site. So in terms of the access, the need for those joint discussions obviously has looked at those issues, and as obviously we set out, there have been discussions with County Council with options presented with a solution, the intention for a solution to be found on that basis. So I think that the scheme in itself, through those other discussions that have been set out there, for example, a design review panel exercise that's been undertaken, that has resulted in updates to the site design to enable the more appropriate site access, which is more likely to be a roundabout in this location as opposed to the existing setup of a bend onto a bridge with multiple access onto that. So I think that there is certainly a lot of work that's gone into that will enable that to be resolved as part of those timeframes.
So the council's position is that it is available now.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Elliott, you want to speak? Is your question relating to West Horndon?
Yes, if I may. Very quickly, I do have that table of my analysis of the overarching 5-year housing land supply numbers. That is with Annette. So if you're happy, I'm happy for that to be sent to the council and or others, just to assist in preparation of their note, might speed things up just a little bit. In West Horndon, I would be very, very surprised if the promoters of that site would to trigger the breaks in those leases before plan permission was achieved, simply because they would be doing themselves a disservice in terms of rent. I think that they would be, whilst I understand why there is some comfort in that, perhaps coming forward a little bit faster than what we might normally expect, it doesn't make it possible that they're going to achieve planning permission and then start delivering houses effectively within a year. I think it'd be far more sensible to put it back 3 or 4 years, really. By the time we get the permission, get the leases resolved, vacant possession, demolition, then reserve matters, etc. So I think there is still an awful lot to do that cannot be achieved in a year. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Miss Feeney, then Mr. Ireland.
I've got Mr. Hollingworth who would like to speak. I have an issue. I'm unable to mute him. I wonder if Mr. Hollingworth can unmute himself. If not, I'll ask him to lead the meeting and rejoin with an open microphone. So if we could just try Mr. Hollingworth, please.
Doesn't look like it's working.
No. Okay, I'll get him to leave and come back. Thank you.
Mr. Ireland, please.
Thank you, sir.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
So if I can start out with the framework definition, and this is really the test that you require clear evidence to demonstrate that a site can come forwards. I think that there's a number of relevant points. Firstly, there's clearly been a history of delays on this site. As you heard at the site-specific hearing, an application for the site has been imminent since about 2015.
Unknown participant is now joining.
It appears to me that the timescales for a planning application have slipped further back. So the updated trajectory from the council is now saying a planning application is early 2022. That was promised 2 years ago. So that there's a clear history of delays. Secondly, we've heard discussions are ongoing around the access to the site, but that is an issue that remains, as I understand it at the moment, unresolved. You haven't got a statement of common ground with Essex County setting out how the access is to be achieved. So that is an issue that is unresolved. Thirdly, sir, I'm not aware that there is information in front of the examination regarding the detail of how this site is going to be phased and how that phasing relates to the delivery rates that have been put forward. And our view is that the evidence justifying the delivery rate is weak. And fourthly, I think it is worth bearing in mind that the council's policy requires a master plan to be prepared before an outline application. And again, at this point in time, that's not before the examination either. So if we come back to the definition about and this essentially being an issue about the quality of the evidence, it seems to me that the quality of evidence before you relating to this site is pretty weak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ireland. Ms. Feeney is.
Mr. Hollingworth should be able to speak now. He's rejoined with his microphone off. Thank you, Mr. Hollingworth.
Thank you, Mr. Hollingworth, please.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me okay?
Can hear you, yes, thank you.
Oh, excellent. That's a big relief. We've got a technological nightmare here. But, just wanted to make a brief point on several of the sites within the trajectory and an overarching point, really. With the town centre car park sites that are proposed to be redeveloped, you'll recall, sir, that the other week we had quite a long discussion around these sites. And in particular, the council assured us that whatever the ultimate form of development that would take place on those, it would be imperative that sufficient car parking were to be re-provided, but that the actual levels of car parking were to be determined. So on that basis, I'm struggling to see how they can be relied upon within the first 5 years from adoption of the plan, and specifically how set numbers of homes to be delivered on these sites can be determine when we get to resolve an issue which will have a fundamental issue on the level of development for other uses that can be provided on these. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hollingworth. Mr. Quilter, we'll come on to touch on other sites, so we may come back to the point that Mr. Hollingworth has made. But Mr. Quilter, on West Horndon, are you able to respond to those points that Mr. Ireland has made?
Yes, thank you, Inspector. And obviously Mr. Elliott as well, but at the beginning, in terms of the point raised, obviously around the site being available, yeah, I understand. Obviously, there is going to be a process by which the sites are going to have to be vacated, and that's not. We also shouldn't forget that the site does comprise, as we mentioned at the beginning, there is open land on that site that is owned by the Kroll Group. They actually have the ability to bring forward their site slightly ahead of the Hermes site, so we feel that those 80 units are probably most likely to be delivered by that section of the site at least. In terms of going on to the points of Mr. Ireland, yes, understand the site obviously has had a long history. There has been a number of proposals that have been worked up over time. Various circumstances obviously caused certain delays on that coming forward. One of the main issues being obviously the change of ownership of the site. So originally there was one half of the site owned by Hermes, another other side owned by Threadneedle. Hermes bought the Threadneedle site the last few years, and there's also been a change of the planning consultants that have been leading on that scheme for a number of years with detailed knowledge. Unfortunately, the consultant had passed away, so there was a period of transition there in terms of, obviously appreciate that's not necessarily about the site delivery per se, but there are circumstances that have delayed that site coming forwards, which just making you aware of. In terms of the sort of detail behind the delivery of the site, I think obviously what we've set out in terms of the document, we're trying to provide that certainty of what can come forward on that site. We think that that's reasonable. The information that's been provided by Hermes obviously sets out their view that the site is deliverable in the timeframes that have been set out. We have no reason to not believe those. And I think obviously through those extensive discussions that I've already outlined, fairly clear that that site can be delivered in the timeframes that are being discussed. And obviously with regards to detailed matters regarding master plan work, there has been work undertaken regarding the master planning of the site. Like I say, a design review panel exercise has been undertaken. Some of those documents obviously are subject to pre-application discussions, so not necessarily have the ability to submit them per se, where they may be considered confidential. By all means, information that can be provided, we're happy to do so. But certainly I would like to reiterate that work has been ongoing and has been undertaken. I can just quickly, obviously we'll come on to the other sites, I'm sure that Mr. Hollingworth outlined, but I think in terms of the car park sites or the council-owned sites, which is the ones that are identified in the 5-year supply, certainly the work again has been ongoing regarding, as has been set out in this document. Obviously there's been pre-application discussions undertaken. The council is obviously in control of those, and we're obviously aware of those, the work that's been undertaken via the joint venture with the Brentwood Development Partnership, and those sites are certainly considered to be deliverable within the 5-year period.
Thank you. Just on West Horndon, you mentioned around the field that, and when we discussed it last time, that there was a view that field could be an early start for the site, and you mentioned 80 dwellings. Is that the 80 that in year 9, or is that just a coincidence?
In terms of it aligning exactly with the Kroll land,
yeah,
I think
is the site starting 24-25 and delivering 80 units. Is that, you mentioned 80 on the field? Is that just a coincidence that 80 is there, or is that 80 because that's been put in there because that's where it's envisaged that there will be 80 delivered on the field in that year? and then the 75 would be on the main site.
So the Crowland also comprises some existing buildings as well. So I would sort of iterate that as well. Inclusive of the field, there is also land that the Kroll Group own that adjoins that site. But certainly the numbers that can be delivered, I think there will be some overlap between the two, really, in terms of the two main promoters of the site or landowners. But yeah, regarding the numbers that can come forward, the fact that can come forward at an earlier stage or the earlier part of the site's delivery, as has been explained by the site promoters. I think that's what we understand anyway in terms of the numbers that can be addressed there.
And does the delivery of the field, does that require the new access to be put into place?
No, so there is the ability to gain access onto Station Road via a secondary access potentially. And I think it's also fair to say, obviously, there is already existing access to the site, although we do acknowledge that does need to be improved, not only for the site, but also for improved access to the station. So I think there is that benefit there of being able to obviously address that current situation. But I think it's important to state that obviously the site, in terms of its phasing coming forwards, there is the ability to be able to deliver that wider scheme of the access roundabout that I was referring to partway through the site's overall delivery, so that there is that potential.
Thank you. Ms. Feeney.
Hello, and I've got Mr. Elliott who wishes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Elliott.
Thank you. Just very, very briefly, in terms of the master plan, I understand what Mr. Court is saying, that it's confidential at this stage at the pre-app level. But one of your colleagues at Appeal, and forgive me, I can't recall which appeal it was, but had to consider confidential information and concluded that that couldn't possibly be clear evidence for the purposes of 5-year housing land supply, simply because it couldn't be made by the public. And surely the same must apply here.
Thank you. Can I look at William Hunter Way car park, which we have discussed at length not so long ago when we looked at the town centre car park. So I don't want to go into detail, but we did express some concerns about the deliverability of the site in relation to Annex 2 of the framework. And so the council is now indicating that the site is available now. It is in a suitable location. That's not in dispute. But it then can come forward with the planning application in Q3 of this year. What the words that we used at the discussion was what confidence can we have in that process, in that timetable? Because at the moment the site is in use as a car park. What confidence have we got that would indicate that 150 homes could be built on that site in 23, 24, followed by 120, then 30, so effectively contributing 300 homes within the 5-year supply?
Thank you, Inspector. So the site obviously represents its flatted development, so obviously there will be delivering high numbers in those periods are set out. Obviously the council is committed to delivering those as part of the development partnership.
But so the council in partnership will deliver the site?
It's the Brentwood Development Partnership, the joint venture, obviously with the council. That's obviously how the site's being promoted. Yeah.
And so, what evidence is there that would support that a planning application would be in and determined by Q3 of this year.
Obviously, in terms of what we've set out is what the council is intending to do. So obviously the work's ongoing in terms of the site options, and have been worked up as part of the ongoing work in terms of the site what can be brought forward there. That's the information that we've received in terms of obviously internally through the council that's what they're intending to do, and that can be done.
But to be determined by Q3 this year, the application would expect to be in probably before that quarter.
Yeah, I think what we're setting out there is obviously the quarter in terms of that 3-month period, so whereby it would be submitted at the start of the Q3 and determined by the end of that. So yeah, that's what we've set out there.
Mr. Ireland.
So if I remember rightly from listening to the site-specific discussion on this, there was a discussion regarding the mix of development on this site, how much car parking is retained, how much retail space, how much residential. Now, it seems to me, given that the role of this site in supporting car parking in the town centre, that the council realistically will need to look at in due course what impacts COVID has had on shopping in Brentwood. What's the impact in terms of retail space? What's the impact in terms of car parking requirements? And those being relevant considerations to inform the mix of development which is appropriate on this site. Now, I think that factor alone, it would seem to me as a potential issue which could cause a delay to the consideration and determination of a planning application. But then we do come back simply to the evidence, the evidence before you. We don't have a detailed timetable for what's set out. There's a requirement for master planning, and the master plan isn't before you. The details of what a phasing, what phasing might look like, or whether whether, for instance, there is a need for a certain level of phasing to retain a certain level of car parking to support the town centre as the site is brought forward, just isn't available. So as I see it, there are both a number of delivery risks, but more fundamentally, a lack of clear evidence is required by the framework.
Thank you, Mr. Ireland. Mr. Coulter, is there anything the council would like to say in response?
I've got nothing further to add to what I've already said. Thank you.
Can we just look at the Ford headquarters? And can I just have an update on the position of the planning application on the Ford headquarters? I understand there's been some revisions submitted, which has taken down the number of dwellings within that scheme, and I'm just wanting to understand that position, and also the position in terms of timescale or determination of the application.
Thank you, Inspector. Just sorry, apologies, I missed the beginning of that. Is it Waits Way that we were talking about, the R15?
I'm sorry, R04, R05.
My mistake, sorry. Yes, of course. So yes, in terms of what we set out in the original responses to the initial questions, the site originally was set out in the plan as having an allocation for 473 dwellings, and obviously since then I think it's set out in the Statement of Common Ground with Fairview New Homes, which there is a plan within there that explains the current setup of the site, where there's been prior approval for the existing or the former Ford headquarter main building to convert that into flats. And that was obviously has gone through the process. So that number, obviously originally the full site would have included the demolition of that site potentially, or reuse potentially, and that number has been adjusted to reflect principally that new number. So that those numbers are included in the completions. We didn't want to obviously double count in terms of the overall supply. So the remainder that's set out now reflects the application that's been being determined for the Fairview New Homes scheme for the site.
So if the application that's in now is for 130 something. So is the 148 still appropriate?
So in terms of our view, that's the reflected number of what could come forward on the remainder of the site as part of that allocation. So we consider that to still be appropriate.
133, I think, is the latest position on the site. So 148 is 148 would that take account of some additional land that is outside of the application? Is this the area to the north, the bit that's outside the application?
So there is the council depot land to the north, that's obviously currently in use as the depot. Obviously the council uses. That obviously does provide some opportunity for further development. Yes.
So I suppose what I'm trying to understand is, and it's only a small amount, but I'm just trying to understand the figure. In this paper, we're saying that the 148 will come forward within the 5 years. And that 148 would come forward in 22, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25. But the application that is before the council for approval now is 131. So why is it not 131 in a 5-year supply?
Apologies, it may be my misunderstanding. Can I just quickly check, because I thought the application was for 152, but I might be wrong. Just wanted to check.
I think there's been some revisions.
Right. Okay.
To the proposal, revised plans, and I assume, and perhaps you might like to advise me as to that process is why the application hasn't yet been determined, although it was submitted last August.
Yes, so there has obviously been a process by which they've been going through the revision of the scheme, and that's obviously been reflected in the updated application. So yes, I think in terms of, clearly there's different numbers there. I think that the numbers should be reflective of that updated scheme in terms of what's set out.
Thank you. Mr. Ireland.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we think the numbers should be reflective of the updated scheme, which is a reduction of 18 units to reflect the amended scheme, which I think is for 133. My understanding is that amended scheme is taking into account the council's requirements for the level of parking provision. So it's been revised in consultation essentially with the council, and that's what's expected to be delivered.
Thank you, Mr. Ireland. Mr. Stebbing.
It goes slightly further than being a small matter, sir, between 152 and whether it's now 133 or 131. I've heard both of those figures in the last few minutes, because it's in the housing schedules published yesterday at 148. The difference increases the shortfall that we discussed in the first few minutes of this afternoon session. So the 57 is potentially 70 something now, I believe.
If I may come back, just generally in terms of what Mr. Quilter's explained and what's being debated here, clearly things are changing quickly. That's why we're having to produce revisions to the trajectory accordingly. And indeed, that application has been in discussion with our development management team to make sure that it responds to a number of issues that were highlighted, not just parking, but the scheme has been revised in relation to that and other matters. So we would need to just look at that number to make sure that it reflects the current planning application and the proposal as should be permitted, subject to that being permitted shortly as that reaches the final determination stages and those timeframes we believe are realistic thereby. It's also worth noting that there's been some very recent news whereby the council has been looking to identify the potential for relocation of the depot, for instance. I know that when we discussed site-specific issues a few weeks ago, that was a matter that we touched on. And indeed, at that point, that was a matter that I could not further comment on other than by saying that the council is trying to identify land by which that could take place. The council's recently completed purchase of an industrial estate that may be possible to relocate the depot to. It may not. There's some work to do on that. So I'm not saying that that would radically increase the speed at which the depot land could come forward, but I think it certainly could increase the speed at which it would come forward generally. And so we may thereby be talking about a way in which some of the council land could contribute to that 5-year supply subject to that work. So I think it's just a point to highlight the fast-moving pace of sites and the situation that sites find themselves in. And of course, whenever you revise a trajectory, you're going to be looking at a different situation and reflecting slightly different numbers that may, as Mr. Stebbing says, result in a slight increase, slight decrease, dependent on what you're looking at line by line on that very day.
Thank you. And the 57 that Mr. Quilter referred to was the 10-year position, not the 5-year position. And we're looking at 5-year supply here. I just wonder, though, whether if things are moving fast paced, and I know this is a very minor matter in all the issues that we discussed in the examination, but whether there was then prospect that that application on the Ford site could be determined before Q3 2021, which would then give more confidence to the subsequent build-out rates on the site.
Just in terms of our anticipation of that, we would be expecting that to be determined within the next month or so. What we've tried to factor in there is as well, of course, the situation with committee timeframes, that being a major application for us that would be going to committee, and local elections that then mean that we would not be reviewing that at committee until June at the earliest. So that's what we've just tried to reflect, despite the fact that determination times may well be, in terms of officer recommendation, quicker than that.
Thank you, Mr. Train. We did discuss Shenfield in some detail a couple of weeks ago, and I don't wish to go into detail on Shenfield, but I am just looking at the issue around the timetable that's been set out here. On my notes. On key timeframes, and I realised that at the Shenfield discussion, and we've got notes from that discussion, and the promoters of the site were on the session, very helpful in terms of setting out the position. But physical start on site is down on here as Q1 2023 to Q3 2023, but then anticipated delivery start date is Q4 2023 to Q1 2024. But within that same period, 23-24, there would be 125 homes completed, and it looks rather tight to me that anticipated start delivery date Q4 2023 or Q1 2024, with 125 homes being completed effectively by 31st of March 2024.
Thank you, Inspector. So yes, of course, the timetables are certainly, I would agree, are ambitious. I think obviously just trying to reflect there again, some of these timeframes obviously are set out in the range. So I think we obviously are showing the sort of the wider part of that range where we can, where we think it's appropriate. I think yes, obviously as set out there would be certainly be challenging to get to the 125 in that period, those two periods. But I certainly think that the site in itself, as we've obviously going back to the sessions where we discussed the proposals, we are talking about a site where there are 4 developers able to effectively have 4 separate outlets concurrently. With some of those are smaller parcels which could be delivered in earlier phases as well. So I think obviously based on what the discussions we've had with the developers, that's what the actual timeframes that the whole site can come forward, they're considered to be appropriate. I know we sort of went into detail about the front loading of that site.
Thank you. And we recognise, as was stated, that there is a lot of work going on behind the scenes on Shenfield, and that there's some effectively pent up work and demand there in respect to the site. But my point was that given the timescale set out in the paper, the 125 looks very tight.
Yeah, I mean the obviously the physical start on site, the element of that would also include the sort of beginning sort of phase of building that site as well. I appreciate there's only a few more additional periods there, but I think obviously the actual expected delivery of that site is still based on a number of promoters that are bringing that forward concurrently, that there is the ability to up that further, and also adding the fact that there has been obviously a lot of work to go through in terms of the ongoing discussions regarding master planning, for example, and obviously that's been sort of important and able to bring that site forward quickly.
Thank you. Mr. Ireland.
Thank you, sir. We think that this site will contribute to delivery in the 5-year period. We just don't agree with the numbers. And I suppose our starting point is that it looks very odd that the initial completions have been shifted back 2 years from what was set out in the council's original trajectory, but the numbers that it's expected to deliver in the 5-year period remain exactly the same. I think I've listened to the site-specific discussion for developers, different access points, and so forth. But this is relying essentially on, almost all of those developers bringing forward applications at exactly the same time, and them all getting on site all very early. I think the reality is that, you might see some of those land parcels come forward earlier than others. With a slightly longer lead-in time here, which pushes some of the numbers slightly further back within the trajectory. And we've set out our detailed assumptions within our statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ireland. Mr. Coulter, you've added in Dunton Hills into the 5-year supply. And notwithstanding anything that we might learn from the highways work that has yet to be carried out on Dunton Hills. But assuming that the situation is as we know it to be now, for the purpose of this discussion, then how does the inclusion of Dunton Hills within the 5-year supply meet with the criteria within the framework? I know you said in this paper, please see the statements of common ground with CEG, but in terms of it being available now, in terms of it being a prospect of there being houses being completed on the site in the first 5 years, can you just briefly just outline that to me? I know I'm not wanting to repeat what we've discussed in significant detail with respect to the Dunton Hill session. I'm now looking at it in the context of the 5-year supply.
Yeah, understood. So yeah, I mean, in our view, based on the definition of deliverable and Annex 2 of the framework, we're talking about a site that we believe we consider to be available, notwithstanding the discussion, as you mentioned, in terms of highways. The site's in a suitable location. It's considered to be achievable on the basis that we've got an established statement of common ground, which gives very detailed timeframes about how the site can come forward through the application process. As we've discussed in those sessions on Dunton Hills, the site is considered to be viable, confirmed both through our local plan viability testing and also the site promoters viability and their own testing. In terms of ownership, the site is predominantly in the ownership of Commercial Estates Group, who are promoting the site. There are other promoters who the site doesn't depend on those to be able to come forward necessarily fully. And in terms of the infrastructure, again, referring to the statement of common ground, that agrees that the infrastructure can be provided that will support the delivery of that site.
Ms. Feeney.
Thank you. I've got Mr. Elliott who'd like to speak, please.
Thank you. Mr. Elliott, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to draw attention to the note that CEG has produced, F83, where they look at a series of 10 sites and identify a median time from outline planning permission to the first dwelling being completed on site, and suggest it's 23 months. And I suspect that this has assisted the council in some of their analysis. But I would just like to point out really that the range of sites that they have provided us with, which include sites of 120 dwellings. Whereas we're talking about with Dunton Hills in excess of 3,000. Clearly, the two cannot be compared. So I don't think that median assists at all. I think what does assist, however, is looking at the Lighthall Heath example, which is in the middle of that table. Which is for 2,000 dwellings, and as it states, required major road improvements by a third party. Similar situation here, and that required 31 months from outline planning permission to the first dwelling completion. So that's roughly 2.5 years. Now, if you compare this to my Matter 8 hearing statement, which is G8F, I suggested 2.3 years for the post-planning period. Now, it's one and the same, really. I kind of feel that the CEG evidence, which was supposedly going to suggest far faster delivery, is actually supporting the evidence that I've been provided in my matter statement. So whilst there may be some suggestion that the planning period could be faster, certainly 6.1 years instinctively feels very long, I cannot see how this scheme can deliver within this 5-year period, or indeed the next few 5-year periods. And this is it just seems to be that all the evidence that is being presented just seems to reinforce that position. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. Mr. Ireland.
Thank you, sir. We've referred to that that Lighthorn Heath scheme as well, which is obviously it's both CEG and it's of a similar scale. I think there's two things I'd just like to make, 2 points I'd just like to make to set that in context. That as a strategic scheme is one of the fastest examples of a scheme that's come forward from essentially working through the submission of an outline planning application to delivery, twin tracked with a local plan process. So we're not looking, when we're comparing to this scheme at a middle of the road, a median, we're looking at the fastest end of the trajectory. Now, I think just to set some basic parameters about that development within a 5-year period from the submission of the outline application delivered 13 units. And so as a comparable basis with the numbers that are being considered by the council here, I just don't think there's the evidence to support the numbers that are set out. One of the highest comparable schemes delivers 13 units within a 5-year period, and that's from the date of submission of the outline application. Now, that application in this instance hasn't been submitted, is some months away. So I don't think you can have confidence based on the evidence submitted that the numbers set out will be achieved.
Thank you, Mr. Ireland. Mr. Coulter or Mr. Jane?
Thank you, Inspector. We disagree. I think we've set out the evidence by which we think that it's achievable and indeed supported by CEG. Of course, coming back to the points originally made by Mr. Elliott, of course, we don't have very many, if any, comparators of that level of scale of development. That's exactly why we've looked to CEG's experience as is being quoted towards what can be achieved. But I think the important
participant is now joining.
I think the important thing to think about is that we're talking about phasing of development here. So regardless of the overall capacity of the site, we think it's realistic that the first phase of that development can start to take place within the end of that 5-year period. The outline planning application is well advanced, as we've set out through separate sessions. There's very clear evidence of the work that we've been undertaking with various partners, including the land promoters, to bring that forward. And we've set out timeframes by which future work is going to be informing that application, which is in the works.
And what would you say, Mr. Jane, to the when we discussed it, we did ask for information for CEG, and as Mr. Ireland and Mr. Elliott have said about the Lighthorn Heath scheme, there's been a fairly fast-moving scheme, but that took 31 months from outline to first dwelling. I mean, when we've asked for that information from CEG, if that is what reliance should we place on that?
I don't know the specific details of why and the level of upfront delivery and infrastructure that was required in comparison with what we're looking at. We believe that it's realistic according to the level of work that we've done. As I said, it's well advanced with the Highways Authority and other aspects that need to be delivered through works that would facilitate the beginning of that site. So whilst we're looking at comparators, we don't think it's unrealistic to suggest that we could bring forward development on a greenfield location with the level of supporting infrastructure that's required at that point.
Thank you. It is now 25 to 4, and we've been going for over an hour and a half. So I do propose now to take a break of 20 minutes. So if we can return here at 5 to 4, then we can carry on with this session. Thank you very much.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Welcome to the O2 messaging service.
Unknown participant is now joining.
Please leave your message after the tone. To re-record your message, key hash at any time. Please leave your message after the tone. To re-record your message, key hash at any time.
Unknown participant is now exiting. Unknown participant is now joining.
Welcome back, everybody. Now, I'm not intending to go much further on 5-year supply, but before we move off, I'm aware that
I think you're on mute, Inspector.
Am I now?
We could hear you, sir. Obviously, Ms. Feeney was having difficulties herself.
Sorry, I didn't think I was on mute. I'm not on mute now. Thank you. Right, I don't need to start again then, because everyone's heard me apart from Miss Feeney. Right, so there are, however, before we move off 5-year supply, I'm conscious that some people are having difficulties, and it's an increasing number of people who are having difficulties, and whether there's obviously some kind of network issues, not just affecting the council, but maybe some other people as well. So I just want to make sure that those people who are, I think Mr. Elliott, Mr. Brent, Mr. Hollingworth, and there's one more who, I'm sorry, I can't see who it is. I can only see a number.
Mr. Cronk.
Mr. Cronk. So can I ask any of those people who cannot raise their hand whether they've got any questions or any points they wish to make on the 5-year supply issue before I invite Mrs. Wright, who I know has got a question, to come in. So if you want those people who are on the telephone, if you want, you can just say and come in and just say who you are, and we'll take it from there.
Nothing from me, sir. Mr. Barrett, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett.
It's Simon Elliott. Nothing from me either. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Cronk. Hollingworth. I assume not. Okay.
Thanks. Nothing in addition from myself, other than we'll just be repeating what others have already said about the lack of 5-year supply. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Wright, please.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions to the council. So these are just really to the council. And it's in relation to the car park sites. And basically, I know we keep going on about this, about the provision of evidence, but that's what we are reliant upon in terms of then giving us the confidence to allow these sites to be in the 5-year supply. And at the moment, we do not have that confidence. So what we'd like to do is give you the opportunity, not now, but to go away. There is, obviously, you mentioned that this is a joint partnership with the Brentwood Development Partnership. You make that very clear. Other evidence that other developers have provided that gives us the confidence, and the promoters of those sites has given us the confidence to consider that some sites, yes, we don't have an issue with them being in the 5-year supply. That level of detail is quite significant, and we have nothing from the development partnership at all. So we would just like to give the council an opportunity on the car park sites in particular to just see whether there is anything that can be provided that is within the public domain. Because I am aware that obviously if these car park sites are to come forward, particularly the ones in the 5-year supply, I'm not talking about the ones that that are later on, we need to have evidence for them to be in the 5-year supply. And at the moment, we're not really satisfied by that level of evidence. So if the council could provide anything that will assist us and provide us with that sort of confidence, that would be most helpful. And then my second question is in relation to, and I did raise this before, we have raised this before, is about resourcing. Having gone through the 5-year supply and the indicative sort of timetables that are set out as to when applications may come in, when they'll be determined, etc. You've got at least 16 sites which will be and these are all allocations, so they're new sites, haven't been brought forward before, that are coming in at exactly the same time, that will be validated, so they'll be submitted around the same time. Obviously, I know you're giving quarter periods, so there's 3 months in a quarter. They'll be submitted, validated, consultation will occur, determination, sorting out Section 106 agreements, etc., master plans, etc. All of this will be at exactly the same time or very similar timescales within the council. And I did raise the issue of resourcing. And when you went away to have a look at the trajectory, you were tasked to take on board your level of resourcing to ensure that you had the capabilities, not just in terms of staff resourcing, but political resourcing in terms of committees, etc., to ensure that that the trajectory was realistic. So again, I would just like to understand from the council's perspective, and I know you have a Dunton Hills Garden Village team, that's different. I'm not talking about the Dunton Hills side of it. I'm talking about the other sites that are within the 16 sort of sites that are coming forward in the Q3, Q4 of this year period around that area. They're all coming in at the same time, which seems an awful lot. Instead of sort of phasing these developments over the next year or whatever, it's that I'm just not confident that actually that's achievable for a small council such as yourself, with the level of result, because you've always said that you are a small council. Obviously, we know that, with your level of resourcing. So again, I'm not expecting an answer today. I don't know how big your development management team is. I don't know if you've looked at this and actually gone, yes, we can deliver this because this team will deal with this and this person will deal with this. And yes, we can do this. And yes, they can all go to this planning committee all at the same time, or whether they have to be phased because you're dealing with a large number of large sites all at one time. So can I just ask the council to just have a think about that? And just, I know we don't like notes, but we're accepting lots of notes. If you can just, again, I just want to give you the opportunity to just give us the confidence that actually this is a realistic timescale. That's all. Okay.
We'll do that, Mom. So just to recap, in relation to the car park sites, you need more detailed information akin to that being provided in relation to other sites where there are statements of common ground. That is understood. And secondly, resourcing, you would want an idea as to how this council will deal with a number of applications coming in at the same time, and how that will be resourced. Okay, we will do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Wright. Can I move off 5-year land supply and start to look at a longer time frame? And the council is then, as we started off with, reliant on a position that there would be close to the housing requirement being met on year 10 after adoption, which is year 15 of the plan, which we're assuming is 2030-31. I don't have any questions on that specific point, other than what I've already raised, except for that the council has identified that there would be on its current trajectory a shortfall of 57. Now, if there is delay on or delay in starting sites, then there's a number of sites won't affect that position because they will have been completed by then, and so that isn't so concerning. But if we do have concerns about, for example, when Dunton Hills might start, the lead in time to Dunton Hills then that would have an impact upon that 10-year position, because if Dunton Hills went back a year, for the sake of argument, then that would have an impact on that 10-year position. So that 57 that Mr. Shahdavian referred to as being not material, it might start to become material in respect of sites being pushed into that 10 years. So as I see it, then obviously Dunton Hills, because Dunton Hills is a site that would deliver over, once it starts, over the whole plan period and beyond. But it would also apply to West Horndon, because that is still delivering on the trajectory in year 15. So if there was a delay in its start date, and you have heard we've got some concerns about that, and again, there is some evidence which helps us, but there are still some issues about access, field, etc. Then that becomes a site which also would extend effectively into the year 11 of the and year 12 of post adoption, which would then affect that 10-year position. So it's clear that although the council's argument is that it isn't a material difference on this trajectory at year 10, actually when you start to look at some other matters, it might become one. And as inspectors, we're going to have to look at that position in respect of where the housing supply might be at year 10. Mr. Shahdavian.
So I'm anticipating that you would like to know, therefore, what the figures might be, assuming delivery is pushed back in relation to the sites in the coming forward in the first 5 years. So if it's a series of calculations which need to be done, assuming, say, a 6-month delay or a year's delay in start on site. And we can provide you with those figures, I'm sure, in order to save you from doing those calculations.
Thank you.
And then we will know, based upon your findings of fact, what the implications might then be for the 10-year supply.
Thank you, Mr. Shahdavian. Yes, that's
okay. But we will undertake that exercise, sir.
And is that on the same time scale as that 5-year supply calculation time scale that you've offered to undertake?
I'm just taking instructions. Yeah, end of next week, we will try and do it for then. And it will be easier for us, rather than pushing everything back, because you haven't got an issue with all the sites in the first 5 years, if you were just to confirm or indicate to us, not now, but before we start work on this, as to which sites you would be interested in considering for that purpose.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I move off that 10-year position, are there any people who would like to comment? Mr. Stebbing. I can't hear you, Mr. Stebbing, I'm afraid. You're on mute now. You want to? I think you're still on mute, Mr. Stebbing.
I should be okay, sir.
I can hear you now. Thank you.
Can we have a resume, please, sir, of the work that you've requested, both on 5-year supply and now the prospective implications for the 10-year supply? And if I heard Mr. Elliott correctly, early this afternoon. He was offering to share his revised arithmetic with everybody. Are you able, through you, are you able to request that from him?
I would rather have the council produce something based upon what we have heard from Mr. Elliott. It's free for Mr. Elliott to send something to the council outside of this examination if he so wishes, but I am reliant upon the council producing the information that we've asked for, which is a 5-year land supply position based upon addressing the shortfall in accordance with the Sedgefield method, which they're going to produce by the end of next week. So we have asked the council to produce that. Council have agreed that they'll produce that by the end of next week. I'd rather have that from the council rather than having different participants' calculations flying around.
Understood, sir. But this is all new material. This is where I'm. Are you going to reconvene this afternoon's session later in the examination for a discussion on it?
We're going to have to return to some of the matters that we can't return to because we're waiting for Howard's evidence. So we're going to have to return to some matters.
Okay, I noticed that's a guarded response, with respect. But this is fairly fundamental, I think.
Absolutely, of course,
sorry,
yes.
Mr. Stebbing, can I just say we will consider it. Whether it's through written representations or whether we have another session, that will be up to us to decide. But we will certainly consider it, Mr. Stebbing.
Thank you. I'm happy with that answer. Thank you.
Yeah, and it depends on what comes forward and our view on what comes forward. The other thing, Mr. Stebbing, is that we've asked for some information. I don't know if you picked that up, but information in respect of delivery of some of the sites, particularly town centre sites.
I have picked that up, sir, and you've asked for a similar note in the form, possibly of a statement of common ground on the town centre car parks.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stebbing. Mr. Ireland, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm not sure whether this is the appropriate point to raise it, but we had also got a concern regarding the windfall allowance and the scale of the windfall allowance, which does impact on essentially the numbers delivered in the 10-year period, or to year 10 to 2031. Is it the right time to address that now, or would you like me to hold fire?
No, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The starting point here is essentially paragraph 70 in the framework, whereby an allowance for windfall sites requires essentially evidence in three respects: analysis of historic windfall delivery rates, which you have, strategic, and then looking also at the strategic housing land availability assessment and expected future trends. And I don't think you have that forward-looking component of the evidence required in that respect. Now, my concern is essentially that the council, through I think the examination process, has increased its allowance for windfalls. So in document F26, the original trajectory, F5D, the original trajectory, it was 49 per annum. So F5D 49 per annum. And now we've since then have F26 and now F81, which include a figure of 62 dwellings per annum. And my understanding is that increase relates to the inclusion of more recent monitoring years, so 2018-19 and 2019-20. But if you look at the windfall numbers, essentially the average over a 9-year period prior to 2018 was 39 a year, and then an average of 39 with a little bit of variance, but 20 either side essentially. We've seen a significantly higher rate in 2 years, 143 in 2018-19, and then 192 in 2019-20. But I think in terms of the requirement for compelling evidence, it would be helpful to understand why there had been that substantial increase in windfalls over the last 2 years, and then what evidence there is available that that higher level of delivery can be expected moving forwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ireland. Before I turn to the council, Ms. Feeney, there is someone who wishes to speak.
Yes, Mr. Elliott would like to speak, Inspector.
Mr. Elliott, is your point on windfalls?
It is, although Mr. Ireland has just pretty much covered it. If I may just add to it, I believe the increase is due to change of use from offices to housing in Brentwood itself. Now, clearly, this is a finite resource, and as far as I'm aware, there's been no analysis as to how much more housing could be derived from that source. So, yeah, just to confirm really what Mr. Ireland was saying, that does not appear to be that compelling evidence to suggest that there should be an increase in windfall above the long-term rate of 39 dwellings per annum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. Thank you. Mr. Quilter.
Thank you, Inspector. I think in terms of the numbers that we've got set out for the windfall, I think we've been conservative, to be fair. I think obviously we are talking about an area where there is a high demand for development. And yes, of course, we are looking at historic trends as obviously as part of the factors that we need to consider. And in terms of the numbers that have been adjusted, they are fairly small changes, I would argue. We're not talking about doubling of numbers. It is obviously trying to reflect those numbers that are happening on the ground. Certainly, our view is that we're not completely reliant on prior approvals. There certainly are, I would expect going forwards, there will be a number of other opportunities that arise through that process, but equally through other redevelopment of sites that are unforeseen through the local plan process.
So we also have to take into account the structural changes which are occurring to town centres, and there are potentially a number of opportunities within the urban area here for changes of use and further redevelopment over the years. In the context of the historical windfall provision, what's being suggested here into the future is entirely reasonable. And given their structural changes and given the resources which are still there to be exploited, it is not an unreasonable figure.
Mr. Ireland, Mr. Elliott, is there anything you wish to come back on that?
Sir, if I may, just quickly, just saying it's a reasonable measure doesn't really fit with the compelling evidence argument. And I keep hearing this structural change argument, and certainly it does appear that way, that we are heading towards that. But we're not really at a stage as yet to understand what the implications of that are. And it seems to me that we're almost counting chickens before they're hatched. I don't think now is time to be relying on things when we simply do not know what shopping habits or work patterns are going to be like post-COVID. I think it's far too premature to be doing that. Thank you.
So with respect, I wasn't saying that, and if I miscommunicated, it's my fault. I was saying that the figures based on historical trends are entirely reasonable. I was suggesting that in addition, one might also consider the structural changes which are afoot and the fact that offices still provide a resource for redevelopment.
Mr. Ireland.
Thank you, sir. I mean, I think this comes back to essentially the requirement in paragraph 70 for a forward-looking evidence looking at this this issue. And while a number of factors have been identified by the council, some of which may reasonably influence this, we don't have that evidence set out. And I think the other factor that needs to be taken into account here is that the historical trend that we're looking at in this instance is in a context whereby there really hasn't been an up-to-date plan with site allocations for much of the period being considered. The last local plan had a plan period looking to 2011, and so much of that period is one where there hasn't been a plan with site allocations. Now a number of those sites that historically might have come forward as windfalls are now included as site allocations within this plan, and that is a factor that I think feeds into that balance and judgment about windfalls as well.
Thank you, Mr. Ireland. Is there anything the council wishes to add in response?
No, sir. You will see the figures, you will see the historic trends, and you will make up your own mind as to whether or not the windfall assumptions are appropriate in the circumstances, and we say they are.
Thank you. Can I then turn to the issue of the planned period supply again? And we would get to a position where on the planned period there would be a shortfall around about 347 overall. But again, if Dunton Hills was pushed back, then Dunton Hills would that gap would be wider. Less so with other sites because they would not take that period of time to be completed. But I wonder whether, and we did discuss this in the first week, is about the stepped trajectory. And the council in its submitted plan had a stepped trajectory, but then in its proposed modifications in F9 and in discussion at the first week moved away from that and said that was no longer its position and was no longer necessary. And I just wonder whether the council has reflected on that at all in light of the revised trajectory that it's put before us, as to whether a step trajectory might be something that might be appropriate for us to consider.
We have considered this again, and it's something which we are still considering. We've had regard to the guidance, which, if I just remind ourselves as to what it says, a stepped housing requirement may be appropriate where there is to be a significant change in the level of housing requirement between emerging and previous policies, and or where strategic sites will have a phased delivery or are likely to be delivered later in the planned period. So clearly that would apply to Brentwood, where we're relying upon some very major allocations. Strategic policymakers will need to identify the stepped requirement in strategic housing policy and to set out evidence to support this approach. Well, we've done that in the past, and of course it's possible to resurrect it. And not seek to unnecessarily delay meeting identified development needs, which is not something we want to do, we want to get on. It then says stepped requirements will need to ensure that planned housing requirements are met fully within the planned period. It doesn't say a step trajectory is only appropriate or allowable if the plan is meeting the requirements fully within the planned period. But it's saying stepped requirements will need to ensure that planned housing requirements are met fully within the planned period. So that's open to interpretation. And it might mean that if you are employing a step trajectory, you must ensure that the steps themselves don't result in the planned requirement being met beyond the planned period because of the way in which you stepped the trajectory. And I think that's what that means. So it's not saying it's not allowable where you don't meet or there's a shortfall, an existing shortfall anticipated over the entirety of the planned period. So on that basis, it is something we are considering, because clearly we do fall squarely within the area contemplated by the guidance. That is, where there is to be a significant change in the level of housing requirement, that is for sure, between the emerging and previous policies, and or where strategic sites will have a phased delivery or are likely to be delivered later in the planned period. So clearly we're within that. And therefore, it seems to me that it would be appropriate to consider or reconsider a step trajectory for this purpose. And in doing that, I think it's something we need to consider as we're drawing attention to the figures we're going to provide you in relation to the 5 and 10 year supply and the approach to be taken to 5-year supply. So those are matters which we can consider over the course of the remainder of this week and next week before we provide you with those papers.
Thank you, Mr. Shardavian. I think that would be helpful. With Mr. Clues.
Thank you, sir. Just a very quick point, and I think I took in everything that Mr. Shardavian was saying there about the step trajectory. It's clearly a complex matter. It's overlaid by whether the evidence supports certain housing delivery, site releases, etc., etc. So our position has consistently been that there is no actual need for a step trajectory in Brentwood. There might be, based on the allocations that the council have identified in this particular version of the plan, but actually if we look through the evidence base, there's plenty of sites that could have been and should have been identified that would shore up the delivery of sites consistently across the plan period, including across the first 5 years. And there's simply no need, if we go over the entirety of the plan, to have and to require a step trajectory in our view. And hopefully, given the time that clearly is going to be available to us before the highway modelling arises, maybe there is time to actually review some of that evidence there. And not to say that you should identify additional sites, but clearly the evidence in our view already shows that it is possible to meet the housing requirement consistently across the plan period, and there's no need for a step trajectory. Thank you.
Because, Mr. Close, you consider that there are other sites that could be found. That's your position.
Yes. Essentially, there are plenty of suitable, available, and deliverable sites that should have been identified in order to ensure that the housing requirement is met consistently across the plan period, including, of course, the need for affordable housing across the plan period. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, sir. I'll refer you, if I may, back to our Matter 4 statement where we obviously discussed this issue before. I've not heard anything since then which would make me change our position in regard of the need for a step trajectory. It seems to me that there's an opportunity now to be rather more positive and proactive rather than really pushing the trajectory backwards further with the uncertainties that come with that, particularly as the plan period is about 13 years. So there's not a lot of time if this trajectory is pushed back in order to sort of catch up with things. So our concern remains that the step trajectory won't assist and isn't the right approach here. and actually that we had supported the council's previous proposed main modification. I think it was MM12 from memory. So thank you, and obviously just to concur with Mr. Clues in this regard as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. Ms. Feeney.
Inspector, I've got two dial-in participants that would like to speak, Mr. Hollingworth and Mr. Elliott.
Okay, we'll take them in that order, and we'll try Mr. Hollingworth and see how it works. Mr. Hollingworth.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Mr. Clues has actually largely made the points I was going to make. But just to add to that, yes, Mr. Shadow-Evian is correct that the guidance does allow for step trajectory to potentially be used. But looking at the NPPF and guidance more holistically, we are still tasked with ensuring that the strategy is a justified one, that it's a suitable one, and it is a sustainable local plan. And as part of that, clearly meeting housing needs in the short term has to be a factor. And as Mr. Clues has pointed out quite rightly, there are options to do that which have been overlooked. And I think it's worth reiterating, really, as we've said previously, that a step trajectory is really painting the illusion of needs being met, when in reality that they are not. And it's quite clearly not a situation which the plan should be seeking to approach, rather the plan should be seeking to adopt when there are more sustainable, more suitable alternatives available to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hollingworth. Mr. Elliott, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to break ranks with my colleagues in the private sector and suggest that a step trajectory is probably the way to go. I do agree with them that it does hide the issue of need and when need arises. But I think we need to be a bit practical here. Even if inspectors, you went and asked the council for to identify some further sites, it would take time for those sites to go through the planning process, all the lead-in times, etc., which you've heard so much about over the last few weeks, would come into play. And I think once you take all that into account, it's inevitable that we're going to have to push back the majority of the need to a point where we can actually get spades in the ground and actually start delivering them. Yes, I think there are some small sites that can come forward earlier, and that needs to be taken into the mix. But I think practical reasons would suggest that there is some sort of step. In addition, I think I can't recall, sorry, who said it, but the length of time that we've got left on this plan period is an issue as well, and trying to recover the step trajectory could be a problem. Now, way back when we were talking about housing need and things, we advised that the plan period should be extended, and I maintain that. I think that gives far greater flexibility to introduce additional sites, to allow Dunstan Hills the breathing room to deliver on a realistic timescale, and just provide that flexibility that the trajectory needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott, for that. Ms. Feeney.
Hello, Mr. Hollingworth would like to come back, Inspector.
Okay, Mr. Hollingworth.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, it was just on the point about the potential delay to housing delivery if we were to seek to rectify the situation with housing delivery in the early years of the plan period. Clearly, the council has assessed a large number of sites that are not proposed to be allocated at this current juncture that could be put into the local plan as main modifications. The evidence base is there, and in fact, as we pointed out, a number of the sites the council has already confirmed as being suitable, available, and achievable. So it's certainly not the case that the council would have to go away and do extensive additional work. And as Mr. Clues pointed out earlier, there is now a window of opportunity such that, in actual fact, there need to be absolutely no delay at all in order to address this. And frankly, so even if there was some delay, that it doesn't, the fear of delaying the plan somewhat doesn't preclude the need for this local plan itself to be sound. So there is that factor in as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hollingworth. Mr. Stebbings, please.
Thank you, sir. Like Mr. Clues and Mr. Hollingworth and Mr. Taylor, I certainly don't favour, from the data before us, a step trajectory. And I think we have to think whether all we're doing there is sticking a sticking plaster on a problem that requires surgery now. And I don't accept that there's a 5-year supply at the present time until we see the revised data. And I think the position may be slightly worsening even as this afternoon's progressing. I know the council won't agree with me there, so we do await this the revised information that you've requested. And I'd be certainly very, very interested to see how a step trajectory can be created, which inevitably is going to have to be at the very back end of the plan period, really, to have any real effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stebbings. Are there any more comments on the stepped requirement approach before I ask the council to see if they've got any more comments in response? No. Right. Is it Mr. Shardavian?
Yes, please, sir, if you don't mind. I'll deal with, there's several points being made there. First of all, a step trajectory is not an apology for a bad plan. It's there for a reason, and it acknowledges the reality of what exists and provides an opportunity to deal with 5-year supply and its consequences for development management decisions and appeals in the context of a local authority who, as in the words of the PPG, where there is significant change in level of housing requirement, and there is reliance upon strategic sites to deliver on a phased basis. Now, so far as bringing forward other sites, and by that objectors here are talking about the emission sites, those would have to go through due process. It's not simply a question of plucking them out of the pot and saying, well, these will do. One has to go through due process and consider what alternatives are reasonable and to have them reassessed with the updating of the technical information that informs this plan. So it's not going to happen just like that. It's going to take some time. And so it's a matter for you to determine whether or not it's better to rely upon a commitment to an early review, and that means immediate start on that work, or whether we suspend for the time being and search for a couple of more sites to add in. Now, there is another reason why step trajectories are appropriate on some occasions. When you're looking at a green belt authority, an authority whose options are highly constrained, one has to be careful about identifying and allocating further sites in order to make up the 5-year provision. Because as we know, it's problematic in getting sites to deliver substantial numbers of houses within the first 5 years of a plan. So in order to achieve that, there may be a need to allocate a large number of additional sites just to make up that additional, let's say, for argument's sake, as objectors have made to case 4 today, the additional 12 or 1,300 homes. To make that up within the first 5 years would mean allocating a considerable number of sites in the green belt, which would, or could, I should say, because I haven't done the maths, could result in a substantial oversupply at the end of the plan period, which would need to be justified by reference to the exceptional circumstances argument. And I suggest that it would be very difficult to justify a substantial oversupply on the back of the need to find a 5-year supply. So we have to bear all of these things in mind when coming to a balanced and measured assessment as to what is the right approach in these circumstances. That is why I think we do need to step back and say, right, we're going to look at these figures again. We're going to consider what the implications are if there is a delay. We will do those figures, and then we'll also come back to you with a considered response in relation to the issue of step trajectory, and whether therefore it is something which we would ask you to consider again. That's what we're going to do.
Thank you, Mr. Shahdavian. Ms. Feeney.
Mr. Hollingworth would like to come back, please.
Thank you. Mr. Hollingworth.
Thank you, sir. I don't think anyone here is suggesting that any modifications to the plan wouldn't have to go through due process. But clearly there are going to have to be made modifications to this plan. The council are already proposing them. I think it goes back to one of my original points, that it's not acceptable to proceed with, if you do conclude that this issue, if it is proposed, renders the plan unsound, it's not acceptable to proceed on that basis purely to pragmatism. The plan still has to be, if we come back to that, the plan has to be sound. And I think most of us around this table, around the virtual table, are seeking to get to a position where this plan is sound. We're not suggesting it's fundamentally flawed. We're trying to offer positive solutions to cure the defects that we consider there to be. And I think the other point here is we've got to this position. If it is a case that the council's spatial strategy and reliance on large strategic sites means that housing needs are not met in the short term, then that is a function of the council's spatial strategy. Therefore, the supposed need to introduce a housing trajectory will be a function of the spatial strategy. It's not something that has come about due to particular circumstances, but rather the choices the council has made in its spatial strategy. And I think that's an important point to bear in mind. And I think, frankly, so there's a risk here as well, of somewhat of a dangerous precedent if the council is permitted effectively to proceed with an approach which is, should say, far from ideal, because it's purely a pragmatic one. And I think that would be problematic for future local plans, and it's not overstating the point, perhaps public confidence in the planning system. If what we consider, if it is something you think is a flaw in the process, then it's perceived as okay because we just need to get on with things, or what seems to be suggested. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hollingworth. Mr. Ireland.
Thank you. I've just got one or two just short points. The first of which is that while step trajectory is appropriate in some plans, I think there is a particular context here whereby we are 5 years into the plan period already. And over that 5-year period, a substantial shortfall has already arisen relative to housing needs. So over 1,200 dwellings haven't been delivered. And that to me provides a clear evidential basis for looking to boost delivery as far as is possible in the relative short term. Now, yes, this is a greenbelt a greenbelt authority, but there's that issue to consider, I think, when in terms of looking at whether there is a need for additional land. But alongside that, there is a wider consideration about the flexibility within the land supply and its ability to meet the housing requirement. And currently where we stand is with a land supply as we started out today, which is 4.5% below the requirement over the plan period. So there's no flexibility currently. Now, the Guildford case to which we refer in our statement has shown that that need for flexibility, and in Guildford's specific circumstances, a need to boost delivery in the short term, were particular considerations that were taken into account by the inspectors in that case, in terms of the need to bring forward additional, the need to maintain a level of flexibility and bring forward additional sites. So that I think just that timing regarding the plan period, that we're 5 years in and already have a substantial shortfall, is a relevant consideration in looking at this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ireland. Ms. Feeney?
Mr. Barrett would like to come in, please.
Thank you, Ms. Feeney. Mr. Barrett?
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, Mr. Barrett.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, it is bizarre coming from the phone. The point actually I was really going to make was around the Guildford point, which Mr. Ireland has just raised, and I think it is important to note that that you can deliver an oversupply within a greenbelt authority to ensure that flexibility, to ensure those housing needs are met. And I think that's a very important consideration with this. We've seen the fact that we started off with a plan that did meet need and actually went a bit beyond that. The one that now, a year later, is very much under delivering in terms of its total need. So I think it is important to ensure that there is that flexibility, and especially flexibility within the 5-year land supply. I think if we're looking at a step trajectory and also looking at a review period, an early review, we don't have that reassurance that the council will bring forward that review that will meet needs. We see many plans come forward with early reviews, and those reviews take significant time to come forward, if ever. So I do have some concerns with the council's approach with regard to that. But that's the only point I want to make, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barrett. Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, sir. I agree with what's been said by many of the participants today, and I'd just like to reiterate a few broad points, if I may. As it stands, there simply isn't enough flexibility built into the council's housing trajectory to ensure that a sufficient supply of housing land is maintained across the planned period to deliver the council's housing needs. The council is, in my mind, too heavily reliant on Dunton Hills Garden Village and some other sites, the deliverability of which is questionable, particularly in the early years of the plan, to meet its housing needs with little to no backup option if these sites do not come forward as hoped. Key to this is the fact that the council just has an insufficient buffer to ensure that there's sufficient flexibility to, and in the words of the NPPF, adapt to rapid change. If such sites, such as Dunton Hills, do not deliver as expected, the inspectors for the North Essex garden communities considered that a suitable buffer should be in the region of 15 to 20%, which in this case would give a total housing land supply for Brentwood of around 9,000 homes. It is wrong in my mind for the council to try and remedy this flaw in the proposed plan through an early review. It needs to be addressed now, as is good planning practice. And furthermore, a final point from me, the council's new requirement for 450 plus dwellings per annum is significantly higher than any delivery that's been achieved by the council in the last 10 years, which has averaged around 190 dwellings per annum, or 40% of the new requirement. This to me further highlights the need for a greater buffer of sites to meet these housing needs. And the council has already identified, assessed and consulted upon a number of deliverable sites that could be added. So I'd just add those points, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robinson. Another hand up. No, it's gone. Thank you. Mr. Shardavian, do you want to come back on?
Very briefly. I was merely positing the consequences one has to consider, or the outcomes one has to consider when determining what is the appropriate route to take. That's all I was doing. And I'm well aware of the Guildford case and the fact that flexibility may well justify an oversupply. But one has to have regard to the extent to which that can be remedied. The five-year shortfall can be remedied by making further allocations and the extent of those allocations. That's a matter which, if necessary, sir, I'm sure you will consider in determining whether to go with our approach, which is an early review, or whether you would like to consider allocating further sites. In terms of process, of course, it's bound to add time to this particular process if one is looking for further sites. I'm not saying it's impossible. It will add time, is all I'm saying, because there will be a need to address what the reasonable alternatives are and what determines the selection of not only the reasonable alternatives, but actually the selected options. So one has to go through that process, and it does take time. That's all I'm saying. We were looking at this in the context of a step trajectory, and I don't understand the criticisms I've heard to be that the council is trying to excuse a bad plan. That is not what we are trying to do. We're really trying to find a way forward that best assists in this council meeting the identified housing need in as timely a manner as possible. And so we're not foreclosing any options, merely pointing out that consequences have to be considered before making a final decision.
Thank you. Does anybody have any further points before? Oops. Accidentally pressed share my screen then, and I was looking at my mute button. Mr. Clues.
Thank you, sir. Would this be okay to bring up a question? It was one of your original questions under question 101 about the delivery of smaller sites under 1 hectare.
Yes, please.
What I wanted to raise was that the council did respond to this question a while back and simply said that they had met the requirement under paragraph 68 by around 30% of all sites are under 1 hectare. And that was the sum total of the evidence, as far as I'm aware. I haven't been able to find anywhere where there is a catalogue of sites that actually give their site area in order to demonstrate that actually, at the very least, the 10% is met, let alone the 30% that the council has identified. There's certainly no site size mentioned in the trajectory. There's no site sizes mentioned in F5D, which is also it's one of the council's responses to a much earlier question 43 to 49 on housing supply. That goes through existing planning permissions, prior approvals, those sites requiring section 106. Even if I took all of those, and they're by no means all under 1 hectare, that's about 18%. And I would like you to ask the council, if you may, whether there is anywhere where they have actually demonstrated that they have got at least 10% of dwellings delivered that are on sites under 1 hectare. And if that is the case, whether they all happen to be already delivered or already got planning permission, because I can't see, besides a few examples, that there's many that would fit that criteria that are in the trajectory from this point onwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clues. Ms. Feeney, I will take a question I'll take a question and then I'll ask the council to come back to Mr. Clues. And I don't know who's asking the question, Ms. Feeney, but
Mr. Elliott.
Mr. Elliott. So Mr. Elliott, we'll hear from you, and then it may not or may be relevant to Mr. Clues' point, but I'll hear it and then ask the council.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm afraid it's not associated with that. It was more to do with Mr. Sharayan's previous point about an early review. I don't feel that an early review and a step trajectory work together. I think that at that point you're putting off housing need, and then you're looking to review the plan at all. So it brings into question what's the purpose of this plan. Anything more than a stopgap over the next couple of years. I think a step trajectory works where you've got a strong plan over a long period of time that can provide a clear direction for delivery, and that's why I've made the suggestion that, as Mr. Ryland said, we've already got a very large undersupply we've got to deal with. I suggest that perhaps with the period of the plan needs to be longer to address it. None of that, I believe, is compatible with an early review. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Can I turn to the council and if they wish to respond to Mr. Elliott, then please do so. His point is fairly clear, states what he said before, but I think it's a fairly clear point. And then Mr. Clues is asking a question about the small site issue.
I don't think I need to respond to Mr. Elliott again. I'm going to ask Mr. Quill to deal with the 10% issue.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Inspector. So I agree in terms of the response in the hearing statement is unclear based on the fact I think that's probably a 30. It's not saying 30% of sites. I think it's probably the number of sites as opposed to the amount of supply. So apologies, that's a mistake on that part. But the in terms of the hectare of size of sites, that's always been in the submitted plan. I appreciate it's not in a separate note, obviously, and would have been helpful in response to that question. That information's always been available. I think in terms of the approach of the council, obviously, has been trying to address that requirement. 10% of the housing requirement would amount to 775 dwellings. Of 1 hectare or smaller. Obviously, we are dealing with an authority, as we said before, is very heavily constrained by Greenbelt in terms of the available sites that we've assessed. Obviously the approach that we've taken in terms of the strategy is to try to make sure that we're only releasing Greenbelt where it's absolutely necessary. But in terms of the actual doing an exercise going through those sites that are smaller than 1 hectare, that amounts to 202 dwellings. There is an additional 200 that would be amounted from Brentwood Railway Station car park, appreciating that is very much on the cusp of 1 hectare. So obviously there's the point of that really. So that would amount to 402 dwellings. I think it may be, not to suggest providing an additional note on it, but I think it may be helpful to perhaps set this out as, obviously talking about lots of different sites here and different bits of different numbers. It may be useful to provide that alongside the updated trajectory or the information we've said to provide on trajectory. That may be of assistance to provide that context.
I think that's a helpful suggestion, Mr. Quilter. Mr. Clues.
Thank you, sir. That's useful. A note actually would be very useful because clearly that's an explicit expectation in the MPPF that would be that 10% of dwellings should be provided on sites below 1 hectare. Again, we feel that the evidence base already identifies enough sites that are around about that size, including ones that we represent, hence the point being raised. I think a note would be useful. What's interesting about the response is I think we've agreed that actually it doesn't provide 10% of homes on sites of below 1 hectare, unlike the response to your question in the MIQs, question 101, which was that yes, we do. In fact, it's around 30%. So I think, and I don't mean that to sound aggressive or confrontational, but 402 is clearly not 775 or even 740. And if I understood the response correctly, I don't know whether the 402 was just allocations, and therefore there might be sites below that are already identified. But I think the response was that it's 402 and it's not 700, which was 740, which it should be at the very least. So I think that is something you will want to look at, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Clues. Mr. Coulter.
Yeah, I mean, I've already acknowledged the response in the hearing statement was incorrect, so that's fine. And I think we can provide the updated information. That'd be more useful than me try to explain for a number of different sites where that's going to be delivered. Obviously, the MPPF does allow for that not to be delivered, provided there's appropriate evidence to demonstrate why, and we can consider that as part of that note.
So does the 402 include allocated and non-allocated? The 402 is
that's
total.
Just allocations.
Just allocations.
Yeah.
Okay. And so the figure in your statement in sentence paragraph 4, yes, almost 30%. That should be. What should that figure be?
I'd need to calculate. I think that the problem is I think that 30% is based on different parameters. I think that's where the incorrect is. I would ignore that if I'm being honest. I think in terms of the actual response, we can provide that updated figure as part of what we've set out. So apologies, that is not intentional, but that was obviously I think based on the principle of the number of allocations that have been allocated as opposed to the amount they're going to be providing. So that was that's my understanding of the interpretation of what anyway, not to confuse matters further, but just we can provide that update.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll look forward to receiving a note and hopefully get some clarity. Thank you. It is now just gone 5 o'clock, and we don't have any more questions. Are there any more final points that anybody wishes to make that have not been covered? No. Well, okay. Thank you, everyone, for your contributions, and I'd just like to thank those people who've managed to still participate on the telephone. So thank you very much for bearing with us, and thank you to Annette for helping that process. It did work remarkably well, so thank you, Annette. Mrs. Wright, are you wishing to no, just okay.
No, I just thought I'd thank everybody for their comments. It's given us a lot of food for thought, and I think also for the council.
Thank you, Annette.
Thank you.
Sorry, I know it's late and we're probably all wanting to go, but I thought it might be worth raising Thursday and the sessions on Thursday.
Yes, we has the programme gone live yet, Ms. Feeney?
Mr. Quilter, could you assist?
Yeah, as soon as this is finished, I'll get straight on that. So apologies.
So it will be going live shortly. Yeah. We have, well, just so that people are aware, we are running some short sessions that are very focused on particular points. You will see the agenda when it comes out. Participants that have been invited are aware. So obviously, if you're not aware, then you're not invited. These are particular points that are on some of the notes that the council's produced. So really, it's a discussion with the council. But you're obviously more than welcome to observe those sessions. We've got 3 separate sessions that will be going on Thursday. It doesn't preclude us from having other sessions in the future as well. But obviously, at the moment, these are the ones that we just wanted to just try and clarify some of the points that the councils have made. So if you just watch out for the website, there will be an update very shortly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Wright. Okay, thank you everyone for your contributions today, and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.